Alright. And the stream is on. Everyone is here except for Rugal. But it's a few 4 minutes past the game start time, so it's time for us to start the game.
Woo woo.
Yay!
The one that happens
Count.
every Thursdays? However you
That
guys
is
want
the
to.
day of the week, yes.
Today is Thursday.
Don't jinx it.
I just don't ever know how to pronounce words because English. But in any case, hello everyone and welcome to Gundhr Wyrm Flight, which is the name we're going with for this game slash campaign slash everything. So, I suppose we should, as always, get started with a little bit of a recap about what happened the past few games. Couple games, that is. And, albeit the first session was much more eventful, insofar as weird shenanigans goes, the second wasn't all that weird. Namely, all of you, the group, all of you vagranteers, have woken up inside the hospital ward, the sanatorium, within the Novarkana Academia in Mergen. You were told by some people who were there to see you wake up that you have been slain in combat against a Titan, and as a result of that you have died, but something or someone, some effect, nobody's entirely sure,
I got better.
has brought you back. Yes, you got better. Some people are currently theorizing that it is because you have been slain during a Fivenit or some other nonsense. Nonetheless, you have returned. However, as a side effect, all of you have lost your memories of this past year that you have been working with the Academy as wardens, vagranteers, whatever else you guys happen to do there. Having lost your memories, but being told that at some point you were part of this place, this organization, and that you were going across the continent slaying worms, kinda puts a lot of things into perspective. And all in all, makes you ponder and wonder what exactly is next for you. They told you to try and get back up to speed with your wardening duties if you want to stay at the academia, but they also have told you plenty of reasons why it would be good for you to stay at the academia. They are at the forefront of, well, research and technology insofar as everything and everyone else in this country goes, this kingdom even. You have lodgings, free lodgings, so long as you pay your monthly tuition for the academy. And you also
That's
have...
not free.
And you also have the opportunity to learn in their many classes taught by so many different teachers. You decided then to stay, since apparently the first month is... Well, they're not charging you for the first month because apparently before you passed you had paid for it in advance, so you're able to enjoy this first month for free, so to speak, before choosing what to do next. And you've also been tasked with dealing with a Titan nearby, but you know absolutely nothing about it. So you've spent the past few many days researching it, trying to figure out details about it, to try and figure out how to deal with this Titan before going to the field to face it. You slowly, little by little, you've been learning details about this Titan, but you have also come to the realization that this might be more than you can chew right now, and maybe you should look into other things. That realization came in the form of, due to helping some of your professors, all of which have a name. Let me fetch my list real quick. You helped Professor Stratato to go to a nearby tower and recover pieces of Cosmore, some new mineralium that they're hoping to use to make arcane alternators, devices that can make any vehicle, any vessel flight worthy. And also, you've been helping um, Professor Macvander Fitzsmith in retrieving some weird wood, um, which is a type of wood tree that can be enchanted more easily, and that converses really well with the arcane alternator to make flying ships or vessels that are much more energy efficient, because enchanting these things takes a lot of work. Due to helping them, you have been invited to take part in the inaugural flight of the Wyrm, in something the Academy has been dubbing the Wyrm Project. Eventually, they found a pilot who could fly the ship. They set up a date, but the deputy headmaster of the Academy, Professor Koran Yurgonod, decided, no, you're not going to fly it then because there's a full moon coming up. You all convinced him to let the ship fly, and otherwise, and he agreed. And then on the 10th, you all took flight aboard the Wyrm eastward from Merging toward more or less in the direction of Kanaelbsb. And you landed in a particular spot in the middle of some woods where someone, I don't remember whom exactly, Professor Macvander Fitzsmith said that this was an important place. When you arrived there, he said that there was a tower nearby that eventually they wanted to look into, but there was also some Cosmore in there that had landed and that did not float away, because Cosmore, this very valuable mineral, seems to have the property, this pesky property that makes it float upwards into the sky and then just not be attainable anymore shortly after landing in the land. Once getting there, you found a big boulder of Cosmore, and you immediately decided to try and haul that into the ship and take it back to the Academy, but not before you were attacked by a Titan that showed up out of nowhere. Or by nowhere, I mean it was inside the Cosmore. It absolutely mauled the pilot, Melding Gidre, and well, you quickly and swiftly dealt with it, but not before losing your pilot. You also have been... You made acquaintance with a creature that lives in the nearby woods. Another creature much like the one that you... like the Titan that you had just slain, but this one seemed to be smart and didn't seem interested in mauling you, but instead wanted to just ward you away from the woods because it'd be dangerous here. This fellow, slightly bear-like, owl-like humanoid creature-ish, introduced himself to you all as
Man Bear Owl.
Yeah, Man-Bear Owl, introduced himself to you all as Talon Schreiber, and invited you to a tower that he's apparently has the duty of keeping the flame alive, is all he told you. But he said, no, you need to go back home. And you all got aboard the ship, the Wyrm, and started trying to make sense of how to pilot it back to Mergin. And that is pretty much where we left off, with Nick Nack successfully figuring out how to fly the ship and starting to make your way back to the Academy, or hopefully trying to make your way back to the Academy without plummeting to the ground and exploding yourselves into a fiery blast. Does that sound about right?
That does
Yeah.
sound right.
We have the
Something like
most
that.
hit points, so if we crash, there will be no witnesses. What?
I don't think that we're going to be responsible if there's any more damage to the ship, though.
So, at the end of last session, all of you were trying to decide who would be best suited to fly the ship, and Knick-Knack decided to give it a try. You made your crafting check, was it? Arcana check? What was it? Crafting.
I think they were both
Crafting.
the same, but we used crafting.
Yep, and he rolled a 17.
Which is
With
exactly
guidance.
the DC that you needed. Well, not 17, but 18 is the DC you needed to pilot the Wyrm.
Right.
But thanks to guidance, to being studied and all that nonsense, you were able to make it. Well, being studied because you did spend time at the workshop, unlike your peers. You were able to fly, and I was able to come up with rules for how failing your piloting check works.
Hooray.
But I think it's more interesting
Hooray!
if I tell you the rules only when they become more relevant. In any case, you have
You failed your check. Now find out what happens to you.
pretty much. You have successfully learned how to pilot the Wyrm, how to make it fly again, and how to pilot it. You have driven vehicles before, Knick-Knack. Rudimentary vehicles, nothing too weird, nothing too fancy, but usually vehicles only have had so far a few settings, which is go forwards, go backwards, turn left and right. And as far as your robot goes, Rusty, the jump button is also a thing. But you
I'm
have
playing Super Mario.
Yeah, with VSD.
Super Mario 64 even. It even has the ground pound button. However, what you have never done before was pilot something that had a third axis of control to, adjust the height of it. I'll leave the particular details of how the height goes to the imagination. Whether or not it's like an angling thing, so you angle the ship up or down, or it's literally just, it's always level and you just pull on the lever to make it go down or up, like a helicopter. I'll leave that up to you. Nonetheless, you managed to pilot the Wyrm safely out of this wooded area, pretty much avoiding any kind of damage, even though you do nick a few trees on your way up, this being the first time you're flying a flying ship even. Piloting a flying ship even. The ship is, well, for lack of a better word, flying, and you are above this place where you have just fought the Titan and saw your pilot get mauled. You brought his mangled body back to the ship, and I imagine the intention was to make your way back to the academy, right?
That's it. And I remember them telling us about the ley line, so we need to stay within the ley line. But I know they were just talking about it and everything, and I don't have a map or anything.
Are ley lines invisible?
Oh yeah.
I think so.
Oh no.
So I'll need everyone to give me a DC 15 survival check to see if you can remember more or less the landscape, so you can stay within the ley lines.
Survival.
Do you want it private or public?
Public. It's okay.
It was an Arcana or what?
Survival.
Survival. Okay. I think I'm very proficient in survival.
14!
No, I'm dead.
And I'll roll for Vice as well. Oh, would you look at that?
88.
Unsurprisingly, Knick-Knack is the one who knows how to go about it. You no less like the actual direction to follow, and more you do remember that the pilot made a point of flying over the ruins.
Tower.
Yeah, the ruins on the way that you saw some flashing lights, which you seem to remember to be where they described there's another Titan. You plot a route towards there, and from there you plot another route towards Merging, or rather to Novarkana Academia. And you do your darndest to follow that plotted route. And you do. That will be 100 miles, sure. And within a few more hours, you all make your way back to the Novarkana Academia.
All right, Nick Nack, see if you can land this thing without crashing us.
That would be great.
Well, I fortunately did have some practice going up and down because there weren't a lot of obstacles in that axis.
Oh, Pasperon, please help Nick Nack to land the ship gracefully.
Thoughts
That's
and prayers.
guidance, by the way.
Ah. Well, at this point, I will say that you've just had enough of an experience flying the ship that you're more or less attuned to how it works, how it flies. But not only that, there are people at the Novarkana Academy that are expecting the ship to return, and they will not just sit idly by as the ship lands. They'll, I imagine, you hail them in some way, shape, or form, and as soon as they take notice of that, they start to come up with their own spells and magical effects to make sure that the ship lands properly.
I think the only way I can fail this is if I, pull the lever all the way to one direction and fling the ship straight into the ground.
Pretty much, yeah.
Don't do that.
Please don't.
You pretty much just slowly start to deaccelerate the ship until it's kind of just hovering above the Academia, and then you start lowering it down. And when people see that the ship is kind of landing a little bit wobbly, a lot of people down on the ground start casting spells to try and adjust the path of flight of the ship, that so it lands onto the landing platform, so to speak. The ship kind of, what with being a ship, if it were to just land on the earth, on any solid ground, it would tilt to one side or the other because of how, the hull of the ship is. Convex, I think is the word. I don't know. In any case, it would tilt to one way or another, so you need to land on the platform. So everyone is just doing their best to guide the ship towards the platforms so it doesn't borks itself down.
Yep, airships need dry docks. It's normal.
Pretty much.
Yep.
It's just they don't need wet docks to then take off again. Very convenient.
So, after doing all of that and landing the ship, you're safely back in the Novarkana. And of course, during this moment that the ship was first sighted by the people down there in the Academia, and you're actually landing, pretty much everyone that's of import or related to the Wyrm project at all has come rushing to be in the near the workshop in the dry dock area to see the ship land. And eventually, once the ship finally lands, a Professor McVander Fitzmate, along with his two students, actually his one student, the gremlin quote unquote, she wasn't around for the flight. It was decided that it was unsightly for her to be there along with their fancy sponsors. So instead, who is there helping is the orc guy with a mechanical arm, and he helps put down the gangplank, that so everyone can go back down. And you just see all of these all of the fancy, wealthy sponsors just kind of shattering to one another, like, oh, what a voyage it was. Never have I seen something like that in my life before, but what a gruesome show they put up for us. But I did like going all the way over to that place. It was very far away, and I got the vapors from being this up high in the air. And they just talk like as if nothing weird has happened, and that you get the sense they thought that they were safe all along.
Oh, sweet
Yep.
summer child.
The death of the pilot was merely a dramatization
They
to
ate
get
it ate his heart out.
to get the
not
funding.
say that.
Well, you see, we have to put up a show that there's some peril involved, so that they shovel all the money this way. You see,
Pretty much.
we're
Yes.
keeping them safe
Sure.
after all.
But yeah,
Makes sense.
they all get down from the ship. They start shaking everyone's hands, like, "Ah, Professor Jurgen, that was an amazing ship and quite the voyage. I'm glad to have been supported this thing. I want this produced en masse right away." And they just start talking business. But Professor Jurgen is just like, okay, I need to talk to my students. And then he rushes off to you guys.
Oh, Professor Jurgenot. The pilot's heart's been eaten out, and he's dead now. And we flew the ship back, but we don't really know how. So,
It was fun.
yeah.
The flying, not the sudden promotion. That was
And we were
terrifying.
attacked by a Titan.
Da,
You-
da, 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 ba, da, da, ba.
That came out of a piece of cosmonite.
You were attacked by a Titan.
It looked like an owl bear.
A bear and an owl. And
Yes.
the four of you slew it, is what you're saying.
We did, but not before it ate the pilot's heart.
Yep.
Hold on just a moment. And Professor Jurgenad, he pulls out a pair of glasses, some kind of ocular device from his coat, opens it up, puts it on his head, concealing his eyes, and it looks like he's wearing sunglasses, even though it's like about 9-10 in the evening at this point. He has thick sunglasses. Actually, it's more close to midnight. He puts these thick sunglasses on and starts looking at all of you with these devices on, and you see that even though it completely conceals his eyes, they emanate a little bit of light kind of back onto his own face. There's some illumination going on behind the dark glasses around his eyes areas as he looks around from one to another one, all four of you. I see. Interesting. And then he takes out the glasses, puts it back on his coat.
Well, I thought you'd like to see the pilot. The pilot's here. I put my coat over him, as respect, and I pull the coat away, and you see the awful hole in his chest.
Well, I'll have that looked at immediately. Professor
I don't think-
McVender Fitzsmith, please go fetch Vitalilis. We have a fallen one.
We have a situation on aisle 3.
And if the gnome professor just kind of rushes off to eventually fetch the tiefling doctor physician who was there when you guys woke up, and he comes back with one of those bed-like things where they put people on to take away.
Okay, a stretcher.
Yeah, stretcher. He comes along with
Should
some.
we have extracted the heart from the owlbear before we came
Yeah,
back?
that's a good question. We just assumed he's dead for good.
Uh,
I
well,
don't think we brought it, right?
Probably not.
Told you to bring the corpse of the owl, but no. Okay, whatever.
So he comes
No.
back, followed by a human with white hair, and they just look at the mangled corpse of the pilot, and both of them are like, ugh. They put him on the
Ah,
stretcher.
an anime protagonist.
Oh yeah, they put him on the stretcher and take him away. And eventually, Professor Yorgana turns back to you. Well, first, I suppose I need to congratulate you for taking care of the crew, our investment. He points towards the ship, but also, onto another matter, also for taking care of yourselves and slaying a Titan. Do you remember what I have told you last week about slaying Titans?
That if you slay the Titan but don't collect its energy, that it will reform again and the area that it was at.
Yes. It would seem that, in some way, shape, or form, you have already collected its energy. It's surrounding you like an aura.
Well, we did see it pop out of a piece of cosmonite. It was like a big boulder and it just exploded out of it.
Is the cosmo that falls from the sky every fizzing Titan eggs?
Could be.
Not that we know of, but that's another thing to look into.
There are also other things that are out there. We saw another Titan's nest as we went over. Something that has to do with deer with big horns.
Oh yes, that's the Sonic Elk.
Sonic elk. All
Gotta
right.
go fast.
Is it blue and collect rings?
No to both of those things. It's one of the many Titans that we have actually cataloged. This one is a little bit unwieldy and tricky, but, well, I suppose it's still out there. You saw it.
Yeah. Well, we don't know what we saw. We just saw glints of light coming up from the ruins that it supposedly lives in.
It doesn't. Well, it lives there, yes, but mostly that's another lair, and it's still there. So ideally, one of the other wardens would have come to take care of it. I think it's one of the ones that are low priority. It doesn't seem to wander away from its lair. Doesn't seem to cause any harm. And the ruins have been mostly picked clean at this point, so there's not real need to go back there anyway. So it's one of those Titans we leave for practice or for less experienced groups, which I suppose could be yourselves, if you want to take that up, that is.
Well, I mean, I think that would be probably preferable other than the fire-breathing monkey trio.
Well, speaking of which,
Something easier to start with.
how's your research coming along on those?
It's coming along. We've found more things about them. Like there's 3 of them, not just one, and sort of a leader and 2 cohorts that goes with it.
But the academy could still use a fire-breathing monkey section, just saying.
Yeah, that's true.
Ha! If only someone could tame Titans, that would be a concept to see.
I think he meant a research section, not a petting zoo.
Yeah, I meant in the library.
We also encountered something strange at the tower that was near the destination that we went to. An owlbear who was intelligent, who might have been a Titan until a druid exploded in the area.
Hmm. I think I know whom you speak of.
Oh, you
He
do?
did. He did try to help us, but he says that he lives in the tower and maintains the fire.
Yeah, that's the same report I've got from some scouts in the area. Apparently, whoever this creature is, they seem harmless. Seems mostly to just be a warden of the area. And considering there's
Agreed.
a Titan lair nearby, I would assume that that's a good thing for them to stay there and keep protecting the area. Which,
Did the did the scouts report anything about the tower? What's the purpose and stuff like that?
well, scouts mostly don't
Nah.
go delving into places. They just look around the region and report back what they've seen. Um, all that I remember hearing about this tower is that there is a light, a pyre at the center, and the the creature that lives there seems to keep it aflame. It kind of serves as a beacon for those lost in the woods during the night, or those foolish enough to wander in there.
Well,
Okay.
he definitely wanted to help us on our way for all of this. Even offered us a safe stay at the tower.
Well, here's the thing about Titans. Like I said, they have an essence, an energy. Not all creatures that are affected by this energy are Titans, so to speak. He might have just been a regular creature around the area that has been affected by the Titan's energy and, well, became sentient and intelligent, so.
Is this why you looked us over with those strange goggles you put on your face?
Yes, to see if you had the energy of the Titans about yourselves, and indeed you do.
Do we need to do something with this to contain it so that it doesn't go back?
Shower.
Well, you have, in essence, absorbed this energy, and whenever you absorb some more of that Titan energy, you can actually internalize it a little bit better. And I'll tell you more about that when you have slain a few more Titans.
I see. It's
It's
not dangerous, is it?
well, it's not dangerous at all, but
It's probably less dangerous than the Titan.
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. So long as you don't go, there are things that you could do to release this energy, but most of them are harmful to yourselves, such as dying.
And exploding violently and giving sentience to owlbears.
Pretty much. So long as you stay healthy and stay out of trouble, you should be fine.
Alright.
This energy is more so an aura around you, more so than anything currently. And whenever you slay enough Titans and you have a large enough amount of energy surrounding you, then you can internalize that, like I said. And I'll teach you more about that when the time comes. For now, if you want to follow down this path, that is, I would suggest you slay a few more Titans.
I see. So you would suggest that we go back and maybe take on the Sonic Elk?
As a matter of fact, I would, yes.
So what about our pilot? Is he going to be brought back?
Well, in actuality, he's not part of the Academy personnel. He was hired, but as a freelancer, as a vagranteer, if you will. And the Academy doesn't really covers accidents that happens to vagranteers hired in our service. And he didn't leave behind a life warranty, so to speak. So if we were to bring him back, someone would have to pay for his resurrection ritual, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry, where are the high fees for this academy going? Like, fuck this scam.
Apparently to not resurrecting vagrants.
And not social security or reviving people, I guess.
Well, I think they're going to try and revive us, so I think we still have resurrection free.
Well, I mean, if we don't have a pilot, I mean, Nick Nack tried his best getting us here, but you know, I certainly wouldn't want him to have to be trying to steer this thing. I mean, we made it back with the help of Pasperon. We can't do that all the time.
Well, that's fair. I
I
suppose
mean, I'd like to think I kind of knew what I was doing, but sure.
I suppose I'll add, well, not add, but talk to the people at the workshop, to Professor Palomares about getting a course started to certify people as pilots. It would seem not having a pilot can severely hinder us.
Also, maybe include them in the social security package where you actually revive your pilots. Thank you.
Well, like I said, if they are part of the academy student body or the faculty, then sure. But vagranteers function a little bit differently.
Yeah, that shouldn't work like that, but okay, whatever.
Well, the deal really is that vagranteers do get paid more, but the reason why non-vagranteers, people who are actually hired by the academy, are paid less is because some of the pay cut actually goes into paying for things like lodging and resurrection fees, that kind of services.
I understand the
Well-
concept, but it's a dangerous job, and if you die on your
Yeah.
regular, they should be covered. Just
Well-
saying.
Well, I mean,
Maybe
surely he should get paid for this trek out there. He piloted us beautifully out there. So surely he'll get paid for that, which could go to his resurrection fee.
Well, yes. Thing is, he got a choice. When we hired him, he could become part of the faculty body, or he could just be hired as a vagranteer, and he chose to become a vagranteer. It was his choice.
Oh, I'm not saying that it's not his choice, but I mean, surely he has pay from this now, so we could use that pay to bring him back.
While you're not wrong about that, Wildak, the pay doesn't covers a large portion of the costs. I'll see what I can do about it, but I make no promises. There's a lot of bureaucracy going on with bringing people back from the dead. Well, bureaucracy and costs. It's not a cheap thing to do.
That I know.
Just think about all the paperwork in hell.
Like I said, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Well, have you made any other discoveries while afield? Aboard the Wyrm, as it is.
She flies quite well. We went out there in very record time, and as long as we kept to the ley lines, things seemed to work well. I'm so glad that Nick Nack knew where the ley lines were.
Well,
Yeah.
I was kind of interested in the trip over, so that was handy.
Yeah, the boys at the workshop and at the temples, they have really done us a service with finding out about these ley lines. It's a shame they're so poorly understood as it is.
Is there a map of ley lines that are known anywhere?
I'm afraid not. But if you think it would help, I can try and get in touch with the halls in Linia to request that their conversant that's a specialist on ley lines make the trip over to maybe enlighten us about these.
I have a theory, but I'm not going to go anywhere unless I have more information on that. Could go nowhere.
Well, then I'll try and fetch that then, get that going underway.
It would also be helpful because it would essentially let us chart routes for the Wyrm to travel on.
That is also interesting. Okay, alright, I'll see if I can get in touch with the halls and get conversant Brenislav to come and speak about it, if at all possible. Potentially next month, after your exams. If you don't mind waiting, that is.
I mean, it seems like a good time.
Yeah.
We can study and research the sonic elk during that time.
It's not like we're not keeping ourselves busy.
Lots to keep ourselves busy.
I'll just need to make sure to write a note in this here handy dandy notebook. So I can remember what I'm thinking in a month's time.
Very well. Well, I shouldn't really keep you. I imagine you had a lengthy day. But as far as everything is concerned, thank you for keeping everything and everyone safe as best as you could.
We certainly tried. I'm very sorry that the pilot died, but there was literally nothing we could do to save him.
Oh,
The action economy is in shambles.
Well, that is the reality of going afield at this day and age. We kinda try to impart that lesson onto our students. It's easy to look into titans and other such things within the safety of the walls of the academy, but out in the field, things are very different.
That is true.
We fight for our meals there.
Well, I'll leave you to it then. Once again, thank you very much, and enjoy your weekend. And Professor Yurgonad leaves you to it while everyone else starts just kind of doing their own thing, mostly kind of taking accounts of the people who are inside the ship. The Professor McVender Fitzsmith is just talking to the workshop people about the flight, how the ship behaved, and this and that. And they just go off about it all. Other than that, everything goes pretty much just fine. Well, except for, of course, the pilot who was taken away, and maybe one day you'll hear of what has become of him.
His funeral is next week.
Tune in next.
Tune in next time on Dragon Ball Z. Goku is dead again. Will the team collect the Dragon Balls to revive him again? Yes.
So with that out of the way, all of that nonsense, you all go to bed. And you wake up early in the in the following day. It is a 7-day, so no classes, and the day is yours. What are you doing, you crazy fellows?
So, being that this is the 7th day and there's no classes, is the library open today?
Yeah, the library is open every day except for Thursdays.
Got it. Okay. So, I want to go and start looking up Sonic Elks.
All right. What is everyone else doing?
Well,
I guess
since
it's
my one research topic is on hold for a month,
Which would be?
ley line location. Since apparently we can't just fly people in.
Well,
Goodness gracious,
you-
it's so inconvenient.
you can fly people in, but conversant Branislav is a busy man. You can't just fetch the authority on ley lines on a moment's notice.
Let's get magical zoom, it's fine.
Magic Zoom. Love it. I love it.
Two-way scrying, let's go.
So, Wildak, you're researching the Sonic Elk then?
I am indeed.
Alright. As they have mentioned, this is one of the...
The rookie ones.
well, not only the rookie ones, but the ones that they have actual information on already. So it's less a matter of really figuring out things, and more so a matter of just finding the information that's already out there. Which
All right.
There isn't a fire monkey section, but there is a Sonic Elk section.
Mm-hmm.
which is to say, researching this one will be much easier. Instead of needing 5 research points per step, you'll only need 2. Because the Academy already has details on it.
Gotcha.
So, if you
So
are
it's
studying
Survival?
it... No. Hold on.
Oh, that's right. It was Nature or Arcana.
Yeah, for the Elk, it will be specifically Nature or Arcana or some specific lore that you might have. Which I don't think-
Engineering.
No, it's all about religion. You know, this is always in the holy text of the.
I thought it was
Sonic
all
Elk.
about that base.
Da-ba-dum-bum.
Also, Wildak, you still have not yet added your Sofak Kingdom lore to your lore skills.
Oh, sorry.
So fucking kingdom.
I was so tempted to do the same thing. Question: are we getting some XP for the whole steering a ship back to a safe haven thingy? Don't think we got any last time.
Yeah,
No, there's XP after we killed the thing. I see
Yeah.
no XP after we shipped, so.
well, I suppose that for your first successful flight, you should get some experience.
It was certainly an experience.
It
Yeah.
is. It is as defined by the Pathfinder rulebook, a accomplishment. But there you go. 50 experience points should do it.
Thank
Also,
you.
on top of that, all of you should reset your hero points back to 1.
I did that
Ah,
before
yes.
the end of the last session.
That will be helpful. Still trips me up that left click is add and right click is subtract.
Yeah, I always end up hitting the wrong one whenever I use one.
Fine.
So, Wildak, I'll need you to go ahead and give me a Arcana or Nature check.
Okay, so it's not Solfak Kingdom lore. It's not lore of that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't help in this specific case.
Got it. Well, I
Ah,
have
yes.
added it now.
The Sonic Elk was built in the
It was.
The DC for this is
All right.
13.
Okay. Is it public or private?
Public.
And we get 2, right?
Plus 2, yes. From your study bonus.
That's correct. Oh, never mind.
Alright. You make no progress in your research, even though you spend the entire day in the library. It would seem...
Oh, I haven't used my halfling luck. I'd like to use my halfling luck.
Sure, go to town. What are the specific details of it? You fail a skill check or saving throw.
Yep.
Once per day.
This
Yeah,
was
fair
a
enough.
skill check. Once per day. So I'm going to roll it again. Since there's not a thing to do that.
I think if you right-click it, you can just use the reroll and keep new result.
Yeah. Doesn't
Ah,
subtract
okay,
a
got it.
point, but
There we go.
Oh,
Much better.
Alright, that's a success. You get 1 research point into learning about the Sonic Elk.
it goes fast.
Wheeldeck and Lex,
stop it.
what are you doing with your days? With your Saturday, pretty much.
I thought Wildak was researching, but sure.
Same.
I'm
Hitting
doing
the
nothing.
books.
No, I mean, all of you can research.
Knick-Knack might also be researching. You called out the wrong character instead of me, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lex and Knick-Knack.
As I said, my one project is not active at the moment, so I shall go to the other project, which is discovering murder.
Oh my god. So, both of you give me an Arcana or Nature check.
Yep.
Yes, I will make sure to use my nature of -1 instead of my arcana of +6. And there's a +2 for learning.
Is there?
We're attending classes, so yes.
I forgot to add the +2, but it's fine. Wouldn't have changed anything.
Yeah, 9 would still be a failure with DDC of 13.
Oop. Yay.
With a 20, however, that's a success. Which means you learn some more about the Sonic Elk. At the end of the day, actually I should roll for Vise as well. It's not here, but I'm going to assume he would
Yeah, he would try.
aid with the research. Just need to figure out what he would be rolling. Clearly
Whichever
Arcana.
skill is highest.
Clearly
Okay.
Arcana. So Vice gets an 11. Apparently today is not a good day for you all,
Yeah.
insofar as rolling goes. But in any case, you do learn something about it. You learn that the Sonic Elk is a particularly hardy creature. You learn that it has an AC of 14 and 67 hit points.
That seems rather straightforward. Definitely easier to hit than the owl bear.
Yes.
And it's not in a 3-pack.
Yeah, or at least you don't know that for certain yet. Although, no, yeah, I guess you would know that it's pretty much just by itself.
Well, we're kind of told that it's sort of by itself, as that's the terming that they were using.
So, all of you spend your day doing research at the library. At the end of the day, you're tired and exhausted from just reading about well, not necessarily tired about reading about the elk, but tired of actually trying to search for the books, because it would seem some new and upcoming group of Agranteers, or rather wardens, have borrow those notes from the library, from the research departments, and they're quote unquote studying it, but in actuality they're procrastinating. And most of the day you're just actually trying to track those people and get the notes from them, and really just trying to convince them to part with their notes. Uh, but
It's the research equivalent of being stuck behind a bunch of people walking at a snail's pace across the entire corridor while they're talking.
because this is
That's called academia.
yeah,
Yes.
because this is a low threat titan, quote unquote, a lot of upcoming wardens are trying to take on it. So everyone is just looking for these notes, and the library doesn't have many copies of these. So you're pretty much just trying to find who has it and get it back from there. That's so you can look into those notes and research yourselves. So,
They're taking our jobs. Get them.
but that's pretty much it. That's how you spend most of your day. Just finding people who have borrowed books from the library and haven't returned them yet.
I'm only successful because I can wave a gun around. Whee!
Or
Threats
something
of
to that
violence.
matter, yeah. And with that, the day goes. And the following day is a Thursday. Everyone's just resting, the library is closed, and you all have the day to yourselves. No classes, no library. What are you doing?
That's a good question.
I mean,
Oh,
in theory, you can still try and get those notes to research, but you will not be rolling Arcana or Academia. You'll be rolling Diplomacy instead.
Yes.
Oh lord.
I know these people. I know where they hide the things. I'll see if I can get them.
I know where they sleep.
I know what you did last summer.
No, I mean, they sleep over there. The room is literally right there.
So,
Diplomacy is my skill.
what are you? Actually, I wouldn't even say just diplomacy, but diplomacy and intimidation.
I have both of those.
Those are both of my good skills.
Oh no!
Pretty much just
Wait,
any.
how much do you have?
+4 in each.
I have +6 and +4, so
So yeah, any charisma skill you have. So diplomacy, intimidation, or performance, or deception to try and get those notes from the other students.
Oh yeah, I'm not very deceptive. I would
I-
much rather negotiate with them to get the notes rather than that, or intimidate them into giving me the notes.
Threats
I'm
of
gonna
violence.
Scare the shit out
Yay!
of them.
No, you go in with the nice hand, the gloved hand. You say, I would like those, and then if you not, you pull the glove off and you punch them. Threaten to punch them.
True.
Sorry. He runs his hand through his hair.
Apparently, the glove is too good for punching.
Don't want to get your glove dirty.
I think I'd ask nicely, and if they refuse, I'm gonna summon my big Eidolon, and then I'm gonna gang up on them and then ask again for the books. Hand them over, nerds.
Oh no, some college bullying. Here we go.
Some
Here we
good
go.
old-fashioned bullying, yes.
So yeah, those of you who are doing any kind of research today, give me some charisma-based skill checks. The DC is the same. Actually, no, never mind. The DC is 14.
How? I'm gonna reroll that. That's.
Yeah, like that.
Let me just redo that.
With your hero point, you mean?
Yes.
If you right-click on the skill in chat, you can.
Oh my god. Wow.
Actually, that does it because of your study bonus. You get a +2 to that.
Hey, wait, and I shouldn't have rerolled in the first place. I would have had 13, right?
Yeah, 14 is the DC you need. So 11 would not do it, but 12 does it.
Ah, okay.
I can't happen to use thievery to steal the papers while they're distracted with the other two, could I?
Sure, but you will not be getting your study bonus on that.
That's fine, this is funnier. Probably not wearing armor at this moment. Whee! Natural 10.
That's unnatural.
Unnatural 10.
Nonetheless, it's
It's
two.
not.
That's 2 successes from you, and
Yay, I did even better.
even worse for me.
That's the joke.
And I suppose Vise is also going to roll for something. It's absolute bad at all charisma skills. So we'll just go with diplomacy. Oh, and he makes it.
That's a good
Hooray.
roll.
Unmodified, pretty much. So you get more research in regarding the Sonic Elk. The second degree of things you learn is the trait, senses, languages, and speeds. You learn that the Sonic Elk has the traits animal, evil, and chaotic. You learn that it has dark vision. It knows no languages, and it moves at 30 feet. So it's faster than you all. And also it's huge sized.
Oh
Something,
my.
something called Sonic being faster than us. Damn.
Ah, yes.
Shock.
Blue Streak moves 5 feet faster than you. Sonic the Elk.
And in essence, that's how your how your Fantasy Sunday goes. Pretty much all of you just chasing students around school to get your, well, not your, but to get those research notes back and see what other people that have actually faced the Sonic Elk in the past have written about them.
Got it.
And these are
Yep.
some of the things you find out about. You do get, just from these 2 days, some research experience.
All right.
And at the end of the day, after chasing after students and bullying some of them throughout the entirety of the Sunday, you all go to bed and wake up the following day renewed and quote-unquote ready for class if you are attending classes today.
Yep. It
Yes.
will be a class day.
By the way, Lex, you should hit the bed button to rest, to recover some hit
Yep.
points and spell slots.
Finally.
Bed button and beyond.
Sleep.
So all of you go to class today.
Education. Yay.
To
Expensive education, yay.
get some learning in, but also get some a little bit more research going on as well, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And knick-knack. Something fun happens.
Oh no.
While you're in the workshop, all of your peers, they are pretty much just hounding you and Grangak the entirety of the class. Every little moment that Professor MacVander Fitzmith is turned towards the some schematics on the board talking about circuits and pulleys and all those mechanical things. All of your classmates, they just turn to you and kind of ask you, how was it? Did you really go into the field? What did you see? Does the ship fly as well? Can you drift it? And they start asking all kinds of questions about your adventure, and you hardly pays attention to class. But at the end of the day, um, Grangak, the orc, he comes to you, and now there's a sense of kinship, both with you having been on the field, but also with you uh, being kind of small-time celebrities now, after being the only ones who actually got to be aboard the Wyrm as it flew. He kind of vibes with you. So it would seem that we are the heroes of the day now, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of distracting, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I could use a little bit of distraction. Certainly helps me, get over the imagery of the pilot, or what remained of him, rather.
That was rather
Raw.
sudden.
Well, too bad that the creature didn't take away his arm. Otherwise, I could put up a recommendation for him at my tailor.
Wow.
But hey, you hold yourself pretty well in battle. I mean, wasn't in it, but I was seeing you from the ship, and you and your Rusty, you call it, right?
Yep.
The two of you work well together. It's was really inspiring to see. I suppose.
Thank you.
I suppose that's kind of sort of explains why you're so good at piloting things.
More or less, I kind of... Is it a pun to say winged it on a flying craft? I don't know.
I mean, I don't see why not.
I had no idea what I was doing.
Oh, your lack of idea is actually what allowed us to come back home. Say, I don't know where the whole Wyrm thing is going to go, but I have some notes on it that Professor MacVander Fitzmith shared with me. If you want some, if you wanna sneak a look at them later, I can tell you some other things about it.
Oh my god, this is what teenagers do. They meet up in the middle of the night and share schematics.
I think he's asking you out for a date, I'm not sure.
My god. Beautiful. We shall do science together.
I mean, if you're going to be... I've been hearing the rumors that the pilot is just not making it back, so chances are they might ask you to pilot the ship from now on, so it will help you to know more about how it works.
Yeah, it might also help to have practice when we're not trying to get a bunch of fancy rich people back home in one piece. Kind of stunted any excitement that could have actually been gathered from the endeavor, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, don't worry. Like I said, if you need any kind of help with the Wyrm, just let me know, and I'll give you a hand. And an arm too, if you need it.
So does that come off, or...?
Well, yeah, it does, but... Come on, at least pay me a wine first. And pretty much you have some more informal talk with Grangak and your classmate Grangak Shad. Or Shad.
Ah, yes. Orc Chad.
And that's pretty much it. However, at the end of the day, all of you are kind of approached individually by your teachers at your specific classes. Each and every one of them seems to have taken notice of the fact that you're trying to get back up to speed and you're proving yourselves quite well. You're doing well in classes, you're doing well in the field, and they think that you could use a little bit more excitement going forwards. So all of your professors pretty much just approach you asking you to help with a small cursory research that they're doing. By the way, welcome to the game, Rugal.
Danke, I'm back.
And
Well, I'm rather here, not back.
yeah. The dwarf at the range, Professor Higgle, comes to you, Vice, and says, "So, you and your friends, you have been out into the field quite a lot. And I have a little, something to ask of you. Since you're going to go into the field again, I imagine, what with being wardens and all, there's some research that I would like to complete in some things, and I don't have any able-bodied people to send out into the field as it is, so, you know, as some people are still enjoying their spring break, so, if you don't mind, I would like to enlist you
Well-
to help me."
Do tell more, first of all.
Well, you see, there's, as professors here at the academy, there's some research we have to do, but doing all that research on our own is, well, a little bit taxing, and, well, I don't mind parting with a little bit of my fortune to offload some of the work onto you, excitable and eager fellows.
How generous.
So if you help me a little bit with my research, I'll give you, I'll pay you for your troubles. Also, it's all warding, related stuff anyway, so you might as well get some extra field experience.
Well, sure, I didn't disagree. I just want to learn more on what I'm agreeing.
Oh, well, there are some assignments, and, let's see, which one of these could I use the help with? You see, there's so many things I need to look into, so let's see which one I'm most behind on. And Vice, could you roll me a d4 just to see which assignment do you get?
No bullshit, go. That's
Ooh.
a 4.
You're not getting a class-specific assignment, you're getting a general assignment, so I need you to roll a d6.
Random bullshit, go.
6,
That's
alright.
a 6. Hold on, I have to
Apparently it
check
is.
something.
No, you're not rolling maximum number on your dice. So, Vice,
Predetermined bullshit. Go.
he gives you an assignment. This assignment is a little thing for you to do on your daily life until, you know, until next month, whenever it's convenient for you. Your specific assignment is to make 10 saving throws. That's it.
Alright, sure.
He explains it as he needs to test how your body would react to being subjected to abuse, quote unquote. So, just
I
make.
have to ask, since go ahead, I'll ask later, I guess.
You don't even need to like succeed on saving throws. You just have to make them out into the
Yep.
field. That is.
Come back and show me a broken limb.
Yeah.
Come
Okay.
back and be irradiated. For bonus points, you need to almost be dead.
So, what's your question?
My question was, did somebody tell about the owl bear hatching out of the space rock?
Yeah.
We did.
Yes.
Good.
This is actually a few days later. You have been doing research on the sonic elk in the...
Yes, I've been told it's been 3 long rests since then.
Yep, yep. So, you get an assignment, make 10 saving throws once you do them, and report back to Professor Hegel. You get some experience and some money for your efforts. Actually, as a matter of fact, everyone in your group, in your party, will get experience for you completing your assignment.
Ooh.
Oh. Well, I better make those saves then.
Lex, you also get an assignment from the bureau. I'll need you to roll a d4 to see what your assignment is. 3. You'll get an actual class assignment.
Hooray! A task.
So your assignment is to visit 3 different cities.
Sure. What's the reward?
Money and experience.
That's good. Alright.
Knick-knack, I need you to roll me a d4 for your assignment. A specific workshop assignment or a general assignment if you roll a 4 on your d4. Knick-knack?
Sorry, my brain was in a different dimension.
In the Shadow Realm.
Yep, I was getting tea.
Okay. So Knick-knack, you get a workshop assignment. You need to identify 3 alchemical items.
Yay.
And lastly, Wildak, I need you to roll me a d4 for your assignment.
1.
Ooh.
We've just steadily gone down. 4, 3,
Yes.
2, 1.
Beautiful.
Wildak, your
We like the
assignment
spread.
your assignment is to use 5 different spells in a day.
In a day?
In
Damn.
one day. Wow.
Ideally.
And ideally not, metagaming it and being like, I'm going to use all of my spells now.
Well, ideally,
Cantrips count or not? No, right?
we'll get you that when we get you that. Nonetheless, these assignments are for you all to do out in the field.
Alright,
A
So-
practical
Sounds good
assignment,
to
if
me.
you will.
So if any of you guys complete this assignment, you get some 10 gold pieces per assignment and some experience for the group.
Tasty.
All right.
I shall now go to the shop and buy random shit. Oh wait, I can't afford random shit. Fuck. I'm too poor to cheat my assignment.
So, what with this day of study that has gone by, things happen. The first thing that happens is that I imagine everyone is taking the day to study.
Yes, we need
That's
big
right.
brains.
So everyone's study bonus increases to a +3,
Yay.
Nice.
Yay.
and all of you get to perform more research on the Sonic Elk. So
Yay.
you get to choose now Arcana, Nature, some Charisma skill to get the notes from the other students, or
Ooh.
if you have Animal Lore, you can also roll that. Now that you know the trait of the thing.
Well, my Arcana is the best skill I have in this list, so I'll do that.
What is going on today? My charisma is not working as intended.
Afraid not.
Why are you rolling intimidation?
We said one charisma spell. Oh yeah, you went there. We're basically trying to get notes from a very popular monster where a lot of people already took the books, so we're just trying to get it from them.
Alright, do we have a bonus for studying yet or not?
Yeah, you
Plus
have a
three.
+3. So wheel deck, that'll be a critical success. You get 2
Yeah.
research points. However, you do lose
Wow.
1. You do lose 1 from Lexington's critical failure.
That's fine. He was trying to help.
I
Uh,
bullying
spell again,
nerds.
damn it.
Wise, that is a success, but not a critical success because the DC has risen up to 15.
That's what I thought.
And boop. Yay, I rolled like shit.
Welcome to
And
the club.
I'm too distracted with the flirting of schematics.
that's a failure from you, Nick Knack. Nonetheless, all of you guys do learn a new chagrin from about the elk. So the third research thingy pointy, you learn the creature's immunities, resistances, damage type, and averages. So, the Sonic Elk does not seem to be immune to anything, or for as best as you can tell, it does seems to be resistant 5 to sonic damage.
Makes sense.
Shocked.
Resistance to sonic damage is just being deaf.
Just like my grandpa.
It seems to have a few attacks. It can attack with its antlers, and it would seem, weirdly enough, that it can make its antlers ring in such a way that they cause sonic damage. In other words, its antlers work like tuning forks, except that they are tuned to the specific frequency of your body, and it makes you bleed internally if you are exposed to it.
That's
That's
pretty
interesting.
cool if you ignore the fact that it's terrifying.
Yes.
Mm.
And the damage average between its attacks seems slightly high. So that would be around 13 points of damage in average if it were to hit you with its jaws full of pointy teeth, fangs and the such. If it hits you with its antlers, the damage is a little bit lower. It seems to be an average of 10 points, some of which is sonic damage. And if it decides to just ring its antlers from a distance, it can still hit you from a distance for an average of 8, 9 points of specifically and strictly only sonic damage. And that's it.
Yay.
All right.
So with that out of the way, the day is out. You have done plenty of research. And done some research, some study. You've been given assignments. You have a lot of knowledge already about this Sonic Elk, as it's been called, or rather been told. And not only that, you do avoid being out and about in the field during a day of full moon.
Woo.
Woo.
Notice this moon. What's this?
So, the rest of the week is going to come by. Do you have any specific plans for the week? Now that
I'm looking for spells which might affect the sonic elk that I have.
Considering it doesn't have any resistance and immunities and such.
Well, I'm
Oh.
looking to see something that might stop the sonic ability.
Silence
Pardon?
of the silence of the deer.
Yeah, that's what I would love to silence the deer, but silence doesn't seem to be something in my memory as of moment.
I think it's a higher level spell generally.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately, I can't just make a wicker basket to stick on its head or something.
But in essence, now that Vise is here, all of you can plan as a group if you want to spend more days researching and going to class until you are fully prepared for both of those things, or if you want to go afield at any point to look into these things.
Well, there was the upper and lower floors of this tower.
Which tower?
The tower of the owlbear.
Oh yeah.
The owlbear wizard. Which is certainly something worth checking out. And I don't think those are titans, so it would be encounters like normal people.
Probably. Not 100%, but yeah. I could use a study break and do some tower shenanigans.
I mean, if we have the ship for it, I don't know how long it will take to go there, and if we go walk, we might just, walk to the Titan territory, and we don't know much about the Titan yet.
Yeah. I don't think that we should just be taking the ship out there. I mean, certainly they'll think badly of us.
They might object.
It's not our. It's not ours.
That said, we don't actually need to detour for the Titan if we're going there.
How long would it take to get there without a ship?
88 miles.
It should be like a day slider.
We missed some classes, but
Well, not all experience you guys are gonna get are strictly from classes. Besides, your bonus is already pretty high.
true. Is there a fast way to get there besides walking?
No, not really, because to go from Mergen to there, you would need to go through the field or around by going through the other cities, but going around is just as lengthy a journey as going through the field, so...
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Going
Might be a good idea to put it on later, I think.
Well, we could leave it for the day that school's closed.
True.
On the other hand, you can always try and, talk to the people at the school, see if they'll let you borrow the ship.
Well, sure.
Could they open a portal or something? Probably.
Talking to people.
I mean, it would be handy to have some more practice piloting the thing while I'm not trying to
That's
keep
true.
a bunch of
That's a
people
good,
alive.
That's a good way to get the ship. We just ask it for, since there doesn't seem to be any pilot but you, and you need to learn how to drive the thing, so it's a good excuse. Get it for a field drive, and the lane line is so near there. So if you take someone who knows how to fuel it, we shouldn't be in any trouble.
Could work, could work.
True, refueling it is a bit of a thing.
Maybe we find some fuel in the tower, who knows?
That's not how it works, but okay.
Just planting ideas in people's heads.
I see how it is. The manipulator.
Sorry, what did you guys say?
Maybe we find some fuel in the tower. Who knows?
Find fuel in the tower?
Yes.
We're contemplating taking the airship for a joyride.
See.
And we're trying to come up with good arguments as to why they should
Just give it
let
to
us take the experimental airship.
Yes.
The experimental one-of-a-kind airship.
Yes.
Just
I need to buy milk. That's an excuse.
I don't
If
want
you
to
don't
walk
let
on
me,
the
my
street.
kid won't see me in 10 years.
We need to buy owlbear man milk.
What?
Okay, that's
Oh, no.
interesting priorities you have there.
That came out wrong, I think.
I meant like people milk. Anyway,
Why does he want milk?
Oh my god.
I don't know. To feed his sick child that won't see him otherwise. I just work here.
I just forget.
That's a Wendy's, man.
So what is the decision?
Research until Sunday, take the airship out for a joyride, murder some things.
Yeah.
That seems to be the good case.
Hit downtown on Sunday, yes.
I'm learning about protections.
Alright, fair enough.
Protections and how to apply them.
So you're going to...
You see, you need a banana.
Oh no!
I thought it was a carrot.
Alright, so you're going to be doing research until you're done researching or until the weekend comes by. Is that so?
Yes.
Basically.
Okay, so... Gonna be doing a bit of skipping through the week. So, third day comes by today. And give me your research checks. As all of you go to class and... spend some time talking to your classmates, doing your homework, and trying to locate who are those pesky people who keep taking those research notes about the Sonic
With
Elk.
+3 still?
It is +3.
Yeah, plus
They're
three.
just taking them
Yes!
now to spite us.
Yes!
Pretty much.
Ooh, 2 criticals,
Ooh.
I think.
Nice.
Yep.
26.
So everyone except for Lex succeeds.
I thought it was 15. No.
It raised to 16 now. Every research step increases it by a bit.
This academy is a scam, I'm telling you guys.
Not every,
Who is going to tell him that he sucks?
not everything is a
Um,
scam. So Vice, that is a success. Wildak, that becomes a critical success because the DC is 16. So you get 2 successes on top of that. Lex, you fail, and Knick-Knack, because the DC raises to a 17, that's no longer a critical success, but that's the last research point you needed to properly research the Sonic Elk. As best as you can tell, your research on the Sonic Elk is finished. There's nothing else to learn about it. And what you learn about it, once I open the goddamn character sheet again... There we go. You learn that from on the 4th degree, you learn it saves. It's I don't remember if for the saves I told you the specific numbers or not.
We've never gotten to saves.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough then. I'll give you the specific numbers. It's got a +8 to fortitude, +6 to reflex, and +2 to will. That's the Sonic
What
Elk.
was the reflex again?
+6.
Just write it in chat. It's easier.
Fortitude is +8, reflex is +6, will is +2. You learn the weaknesses, and it seems to have a weakness to emotion things.
Please, quick, tell it that its father is proud of it.
So, any spell that has the emotional trait will cause extra damage to it, so to speak. So if you, now's the prime time to have a bard around. The special actions that it has, you learn, is that it has something called a deafening echo. If it if it strikes you with the antler reverberation, the ranged attack it does, you become deafened for 1 minute. If it critically hits you with that, that is. You become deafened for 1 whole minute. It also seems to do something else called a dominance display. Pretty much what it does.
T-pose.
Kind of. What it does is that it forces everyone in an area to make a will saving throw. If you fail, you suffer damage and become frightened.
And you get a +1 on your weekly task of doing saving throws. Yep.
And it also has a pounce action, which means that it can walk and strike as a single action. So it's very speedy and can move around quite a lot. And as a reaction, it has the reverb reaction. So if it hits someone with its antlers, it can cause its antlers to vibrate even more and deal extra damage. However, as far as reactions goes, it can only do that once. So pretty much it can move and strike and deals a lot of sonic damage. What with the sonic nature of this elk. And for the last research threshold, you learn the specific ability scores and skill modifiers and the creature's level. The specific modifiers is that it has a +8 to attacks and +7 to the ranged attack. Has a +5 to perception and well, +5 to strength, +4 to dex, +4 to calm, -5 for intelligence, +2 for wisdom, +1 for charisma. And it's usually level 4, but this one in the field seems... Sorry, it's usually level 5, but this one specifically in the field that you're finding about is weakened, so it's actually level 4. Which means that all of its modifiers are reduced by a little. And so is the damage and so and so and so.
So all the information we have is technically wrong, I think.
It's relevant for the specific one you're encountering.
Okay.
Very limited.
Well, actually, as part of fully completing the research on the creature, you are in theory, able to see the entirety of its character sheet. Should you want
Da
to.
da 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 da.
But yeah, in one day, you research all there is to research about this creature.
Back to the flaming monkeys.
Yeah.
You're gonna keep researching the flaming monkeys now?
If we have time before the 3 days, yes, I guess.
Alright. Okay. So I'll make the Sonic Elk character sheet viewable now for you all. So in the actors,
Titans.
yeah, you have the folder Titans, and therein you have the folder the actor Sonic Elk. You can see all of its details there. All of the wonderful things it can do to you.
It's adorable.
Oh, yes.
Baby.
Adorable, you say?
Okay,
Well,
zoomed
it
in,
hits
it's a bit more
definitely
terrifying. Zoomed in is a little terrifying, but otherwise it's adorable.
Well, it's a Titan. No matter what you think, you have to slay it. If, you know, for those delicious bonuses you're going to get for slaying Titans. Okay, so that's it for the Sonic Elk. Now back to the fire-breathing gorillas.
Yeah. I thought they were monkeys.
Monkeys.
Well, they are big enough that they are considered gorillas, I suppose.
A dire monkey.
Redcons, life. I want monkeys.
Oh, it has a low wheel bonus. Something that Tiger's wheel will be good with the elk thingy.
Alright, so where's the detail on the quest? You have completed 3 levels of research. Now it's at a +1. So the difficulty for this is 14. 14? Yeah, 14. 14? No, 15. How am I talking about?
Yeah. But we can't go and swindle these out of coerce our classmates into giving us notes.
Yeah, because the fire-breathing monkeys, gorillas, there's no details on them. Nobody has encountered them before, so you're making breakthrough now. So, once again, this will be a straight-up Arcana or Nature check.
+1 or not?
+3
+3.
Oh, okay.
from your study.
I thought because it's a new thing we lost the bonus, but okay.
No. The bonus only resets at the end of the month after the exam.
Oh, now it works when I use my bad stat. Okay, cool.
Yep, because everyone knows once you write a test, all the knowledge bleeds out of your mind.
Poof. Head empty.
But it's rather that the focus of the studies changes completely.
That's a number.
So that's 1 success, 2 failures, and 1 success. With the C 15, yeah, that's just a success. So for the you get to the 4th degree of research onto the fire-breathing monkeys, gorillas, what have yous.
Other bands are available.
Yep. Now you get to learn its saves. The fire-breathing gorilla. Its specific saves are +11 to fortitude, +5 to reflex and will. You learn its weaknesses. It's weak to cold, to good, and to lawful.
Do I have gold? Do I have gold? Do I have... Yes.
Um, as far as special actions and reactions, there's nothing of note except for the fact that it has an ability called the breath weapon. It can breathe fire in an area. And seeing as the creature is rather big, the area is slightly large. It's a 20-foot cone. 20? No, that's wrong. It's a 30-foot cone. So clumping up too close together might be bad. Big cone of fire, big reflex save to avoid getting fire damage. And actually, on top of that, you do know that once it uses its breath weapon, it cannot do so again for a short while, except if you were to damage it with fire again, then it gets its ability back immediately.
So do not put it on flames. Makes sense.
Yep. Well, not only that, but you have, it's a fire-breathing monkey. It's kind of a flame the whole time. So that's pretty much what you learn from this degree of research, along with some extra experience that you've gotten, and that's that day. Now for the following day, the 5th day, more research checks. The DC is now higher. It is 16.
That was almost an 18.
Vice?
Hold on. I'm trying. Here you go.
Whatever number that is.
That's it. That was 10.
That's a success. There we go. And we need Lex's check to look into that.
He said he was be back in just a moment.
Yeah. But if he makes a critical success on this, you finish the research on the fire-breathing gorilla monkey. Ape. Which in turn would make your next day a 6th day with no research to be done. Into which you could look into other endeavors, should you wish to. But 2 other degrees while you're researching about all of these creatures. At some point, Vice, one of your classmates show up to kind of talk to you and inquire about things, especially this whole Titan slaying business. Studying at the range under Professor Higgle, there's a lot of like martial inclined people there. All the fighting boys and girls are out in the yard fighting one another, and you're in there. Along with
Makes
them.
sense.
From all of these fighting boys and fighting girls that are there, 2 of them really strike up your attention. The 2 most promising other students. One of them is a human, but he's very kind of Well, his blue, for lack of a better description. He is almost entirely blue. He has a very strong smell of brine, and he moves.
Salty boy.
Yeah, salty boy. He moves incredibly fluently. Whenever people are trying to strike at him, he just dodges out of the way of each and every attack, with a lot of grace. And despite being like in super close range to people, he doesn't really uses melee weapons. He fights with short bow. And
Huh.
that really strikes you as odd that this specific fighting, close range bow fighting style is all over the place, but it's an interesting thing nonetheless. And the other student that really catches your attention is just this big canine fellow, this huge humongous doggo, who he's like just the most chill person. He's always smiling, always talking excitedly to people. He's just
Always getting belly rubs.
he's just a huge pupper. But as soon as he draws his long sword, he just goes into almost like a berserk rage. He just snarls and just strikes at people. And even though accuracy is not his thing, you're sure that he could smash anything and anyone into a pulp with just a few strikes.
Can we recruit him into our party? I think we need that.
No.
Oh.
At the end of your long days of training and sword fighting and everything else, both of them approach you, Vice, as now colleagues in the range. Well, that was quite an exquisite swordsmanship that you displayed for us there, Vice. Where did you
Was
train?
it?
Well, I would think so. Hardly ever someone gets this close to hitting me, says the male human, the blue guy.
I'm sure if I would want to mean it, I would hit you many times.
Oh, that's quite
Does
the
he-
confidence you have there.
Does he laugh into the back of his hand while he's laughing?
Sure, why not?
I'm not only capable of swordsmanship. I'll have you to know.
Oh, I have noticed. You seem to enchant your attacks very skillfully and in the middle of battle. That's not something you see every day. Reminds me of a fighting style I've seen some people develop back where I come from.
And where do you come from?
Have you ever heard of the Empire of Taiji? The Southern Kingdoms, you people call them, I think.
No, I've never heard that. Nope.
Well, down there in the Empire, they have developed a mage hunting style of fighting and train warriors in this style. They're called the Shinshu, the fighters. They employ magic tricks into their attacks to hunt and fell mages. They don't take kindly to magic users down there.
The hypocrisy of the situation is something.
Well, yes.
Let's learn to be mages to hunt mages.
It checks out.
Well, I wouldn't really get too deep into the politics of the Empire, but, well, you can say that that's one of the many reasons why I decided to leave as soon as I had the opportunity. It's no fun being chased for what you are or what you do. Nonetheless...
And what is your name again?
Oh, I'm horribly sorry I didn't even think to introduce myself at this point. You can call me Valin. I'm Valin Kotran.
Wow, got it.
That's rude.
And the big doggo that's over there just kind of panting and heavily breathing all this time as he recovers his breath. He finally speaks up. Oh, and you can call me Olawong Vitar. It's it's very, very, very nice to meet you and make your acquaintance and all. Also to just practice with you here at the range every day. You really give us a run for our money.
I'm not planning on slowing down, so you better keep up.
Oh, you better believe I will. You'd better get even quicker about evading my strikes. Wouldn't want to injure you during combat or
Ooh.
practice even. But don't worry, if I get you rough, just let me know and I'll try and keep it down.
Rude. Sorry.
It's alright.
Thank you, Malice.
And
We're terrible.
Yes.
eventually, Vice, you learn that this human is not actually a human, he's a half human. His other
Gasp.
No wonder he's blue. His other half is a water elemental.
Ah, he's one of those.
He's an Undine or whatever the fuck.
Undine, Undine,
Yeah.
whatever.
I don't know how it's pronounced. I know how they pronounce it in Undertale.
And you learn this about your classmate. The fluid motion of his strikes and his moves, his parries and such, seems to derive from the fact that he is a water elemental boy.
So he flows like water. God.
And Lex, you fail your check, unfortunately. The DC is 16 for this last step of the research.
Yeah.
All of you go to bed. Come again?
It's always one higher than the one I roll. Got it.
Yes.
Not on purpose, it isn't.
I know.
So all of you go to bed and wake up in the following day. 6th day, the 17th. You spend the whole week studying and researching and just honing your skills. And there is still research to be done in the fire-breathing gorillas / monkeys. So, you can do your rolls now, if you're researching. Once again, Arcana or Nature. The DC is 16. You get a +3 bonus from your study.
Let's see if we can get it this time.
Bah.
Let's go.
Violence. Oh, yee.
I'm a bad student.
No, that was so close to a natural one.
Well, thankfully nobody critically fails, so you don't lose any research progress. And thanks to Nick Nack with his critical success, you do finish the research.
Yay!
So now you know exactly all there is to know about the fire-breathing gorilla. As well. Once again, I'll review the character sheet of this enemy for you. So if you go to the Titans in Actors, you can see the fire-breathing gorilla, and you can see the last details of its imposing self is its very high strength ability score. It's skills modifiers, and you can see that it's level.
Oh no, he's hot.
Usually level. He's usually level 3, but the bigger one that you're going to be facing, he's level 4. He's been elitiated.
Monkey
Yeah,
evolved to
he's-
gorilla.
Litiated.
He seems like he hits hard.
I think we determined that at the beginning.
Yes, but now I actually can see that he hits hard.
Don't have him bite you. Also, be careful running into his reach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has reach and he has a plus 12 to hit. His smaller brethren have the same reach? Actually, no, their reach is 5 feet shorter. And their true strike bonus is plus 10, I believe. But there you go, now you have fully completed yet another research.
Nerd alert, yes.
And
Yas, nerd, slay.
Those books, yes.
one could say you're fully prepared now. I mean, insofar as information go, to deal with these big monkeys and a sonic elk.
Next up, mental preparation.
Yeah. So the 6th day goes, and the following day is going to be a 7-day. As you know, no classes. And it's the weekend. So what are you doing with your weekend?
Getting that
Apparently,
shit.
we're convincing people to let us take the ship out for a joyride.
See if that works.
Sure.
All right. So you all can just go ahead and give me a diplomacy check.
Yay.
Not me.
All right.
Well, everyone give me a diplomacy check.
Oh no.
Diplomancy.
Let's go.
Totally with the +3.
You don't get your
Oh.
study bonus on this.
I know, I was joking.
It's not a 1, even if it looks like that on the dice.
Yeah, I was about to
I
say.
didn't realize that Lex was made out of marble.
I am.
Well, his outer shell is
Precious marble.
I'm a shiny boy.
marble. Those are some dang good rolls. No critical
They
successes.
are.
But you guys putting such a good word around yourselves in the academy that there's no person out there who declines you going out into the field and taking the Wyrm for another test flight, especially because at this point everyone is just confident that the ship works, it flies, all of the theory once put into practice works. People are just absolutely bamboozled because of the whole nobody knows how to pilot this thing. And slowly but surely, Professor McVander Fitzsmith has been introducing some flight lessons. They're still trying to come up with like the actual methodology to teach it. They're trying to come up with like simulators and other things, but it's a problematic work in progress, and you see some
They're
students eager
They're
to
teaching people how to fly the ship, but they themselves do not yet know.
Yeah, exactly. They are trying to come up with some way to quickly train more pilots, but it's rather complicated.
We could take one on our joyride. Maybe they learn something.
And it would be
I-
good to have someone maybe on the ship so someone doesn't steal it while we're away.
Well, I
I
doubt
was just going to
someone
take the
could-
keys.
I
Oh.
doubt someone could.
Come again, Vice?
I doubt people could first, just random people in the middle of nowhere get it. Second of all, how would they know how to drive it? Third of all, you're going to take people either way because these things need some juicing. I don't know how to make the ritual of juicing ley lines.
Juicing ritual.
Well, pretty much
Are
what
you-
the whole thing that goes on about is nobody's concerned that someone might steal the ship and learn how to fly it in the wild that, they steal it. However, an actual concern that people have is the stowaways. They do tell you all of the specifics of the ship, and that if you were to fly um, with excess cargo, it would consume more fuel. So knowing exactly and precisely what you're carrying is important. So, no danger of the ship being stolen, but there's always the danger of it being people just sneaking into the ship and hiding, depending on where you park it. But of course, nothing that like having some deckhands, guards, quote unquote, wouldn't stop from happening. However, despite everyone putting a good word for you and just saying yes, absolutely, let these people take the Wyrm for another ride. We have more research, more tests we need to perform on this thing. Some people are against that idea, namely and mainly the headmistress and the deputy headmaster of the academy. The headmistress, she's just elsewhere dealing with other things. She doesn't even have the time. She just says no, and the deputy headmaster says, "Well, I could override her, but I agree with the lady. She knows what's best for the academy, and what's best for the academy is to not lose our one investment into this whole flying airship endeavor." And that's the last you hear from Professor Yurgonod until he comes back an hour later, accompanied by a very posh male elf that's accompanying him, and the elf just says, "Oh, come on, tell them again what I have asked of you all then." And Professor Yurgonod, he kind of groans a little bit and says, "Well, I suppose that we can make an exception for you taking the Wyrm with an extra condition. This here is Arthur Sternhell. He's a merchant, one of the many sponsors of our Wyrm project, and he has a shipment of cargo he needs taken to Sock. So, I'm
That
allowing
could be done.
you to take the ship over there to deliver these goods and, well, do what you do on the way, and then come straight back.
All right.
Sounds great.
With the cargo delivered and the ship intact, preferably."
We'll see what we can do.
And you also learn that you will get paid for this delivery, since you are pretty much heading the whole cargo delivery thing.
Oh, okay.
Sweet.
Because you all rolled very high on that, no critical successes, but I'll make a wee bit exception. Da, 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 da. Sure, Lex and Knickknack and Wildak, all of you roll me a d10. Except for you, Vise, you don't get to roll a d10.
F.
So you have 16 pieces of cargo that you can take, 10 of which, Wildak's roll, is more precious cargo, so it's worth even more.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
So the way that delivery are going to work is that you get paid to deliver things. It doesn't matter where you deliver it. If you get it from a city, and you can deliver it anywhere else, but the further away you are from the city that the cargo originates from, the higher you're going to get paid. So you are going to get paid 1 copper per 5 bulk of cargo per mile traveled on a straight line. However, the rare cargo that Wildak rolled for, those are worth 2 pieces of copper per 5 bulk of cargo per mile. That might sound
Alright.
complicated, don't worry, I'm just putting things
That's
into...
a lot of miles.
We're playing Open TDD now.
Playing
Let's
what?
go. Transport Tycoon.
Yep. Because it's like 72 miles.
Between...
Mergen and Sock.
Actually, it's a little bit less. The party token is on top of the thing, but... It's 66 miles.
Yep. 68 it looks like to mine. Maybe 66. Yeah, maybe 66.
So, upon a successful delivery, shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. You're going to get paid 1,716 copper pieces, which should be 17 gold. It's not much, but something.
It's honest work, so it's okay.
Yeah.
I hope you studied up on this ship knick-knack because you are the pilot.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Well, I don't want to see you end up like the last one with your heart eaten out.
I won't touch any giant glowing eggs. It's fine. You can do it instead.
Oh no!
How very good of you.
But seriously, no, that sounds like an awful time for everyone involved.
It does.
so with the cargo that you have, the 4 of you, the space that the arcane alternator is taking up in the ship, you should have some 80 bulk worth of free space. If there's anything else you want to take along with you, not that you have anything, but if you were to have something.
How much is that in hot classmates?
Each classmate, being a medium creature, will take up 6 bulk.
Ah, I see.
Unless they're a small creature, in which case they take up 3 bulk, I guess.
Yeah.
Why don't you ask the orc with the mechanical arm to come along? I mean, it would be always good to have somebody else that could fly as well.
Oh yeah.
Spare pilots are always good to have.
I don't like how you're eyeing me when you say that.
I'm not saying that I'm not going to heal you, but I mean, it's always good to have someone else in case.
In case there's some heartache or something like that.
Well, something goes wrong, you know, your fingers get caught in a mechanism, ground off.
Stuff like that, yes.
This is such a fun conversation.
Yes.
So, along with some preparations, the people from the workshop, along with Professor Stratatu and everyone else that is involved in the Wyrm project, they kind of pull you all aside. Sorry.
All right.
I had a coughing fit here. They pull you all aside and start explaining the specifics of recharging the arcane alternator inside the Wyrm. In essence, they teach you the Refuel Cosmium spell, or Supply Cosmium spell. It's a ritual spell. Ritual spells, you don't spend spell slots to cast them, except for this one, in which you do, but the details are written in the spell itself. And I suppose that all of you can learn the spell except for Knick-Knack, because you're not a spellcaster.
Such a shame, such a shame.
What level is the spell?
It's a first level ritual.
Well, by the rules of being Magus, I will forget it.
Rituals work differently, you can just have them.
And I will learn it yet.
So, in your... sorry. In your character sheets, I'm adding the ritual... the ritual thingy category in your spell list, and adding the
Yes.
Supply Cosmium ritual spell.
Got it.
So you can
Alright.
you can all read the details from this spell from your own spell list page thingy. But in essence, the spell, the ritual, requires a primary caster to orchestrate the thing. They'll make a roll of Arcana, crafting, nature, religion, or occultism, and the secondary casters, however many there are, will make one of those checks as well. If the secondary caster makes the check, succeeds, they'll give the primary caster a bonus. I believe it's a +2 bonus, and then the primary caster, will make the check itself to see the outcome, the degree of success that they get, or failure. On a success, you contribute double the level of the primary caster plus twice the level of the spell slot that you're spending as part of the ritual to charge the vessel, and it charges up that amount. And also the level plus twice the spell slot level of all secondary casters that are providing a spell slot for the ritual. On a critical success, you get to add the proficiency bonus to that as well. On a failure, nothing happens, but the spell slots are spended, and on a critical failure, the ship is discharged, and you all suffer damage. Equal to the amount of cosmium that was
Levels you were putting
discharged.
in. Yeah.
So in essence, that's how the ritual works. It takes 1 hour to cast, so you can charge the ship once every hour by supplying spell slots.
Alrighty.
And also eventually someone does teach you how to see how much cosmium you have left in the ship by looking at the gauges and the counters and the mechanical thingy-majigs in the arcane alternator and in the steering wheel with the pedals and the buttons and the such.
Sounds good.
So, are you taking anyone along with you all in this journey?
I'm asking Knick-Knack that he should get the orc guy.
I mean, I guess I could. Seem to enjoy it, apparently.
I mean, he had fun last time. He seems to be a pretty good guy to go along with. I can't see a reason why not. He could certainly watch the ship while we're doing other things on the way.
Well, I think the Academy was also going to supply people to watch the ship. If I
Were
was
they?
listening correctly.
No.
Something investment. No? Okay.
Yeah, I
We
didn't
can
think
watch
so.
the orc guy while he watches the ship. Wait.
Well, because you're heading this expedition, the Academy is not really sending anyone with you. They just have this very, very, very real idea that if anything goes awry, it's coming out of your pockets.
Where did they get that weird idea from? What?
Not if we never come back. Mahahaha.
Take the ship and just, fly off.
Yeah, we'll just sell this one-of-a-kind, easy-to-identify airship and be off. Yeah, he sounds like a good chap to add on board. I guess I hunt him down and ask him if he wants to go on an adventure.
So you find Grangak around the academy and invite him, and he says, "Well, to be fair, I do like going around and getting some more practical experience, and getting to see the ship flying will certainly help us some with coming up with a method to teach piloting skills to people, so I'm down for it."
Yeah, it also helps if someone knows how to pilot the thing, which I think might be a problem at the moment.
Well, in that case, I'm afraid we're gonna be shit out of luck.
Well, for now.
I can try.
Well, I was gonna pilot it, but sort of making a general observation there.
Well, fair enough. I'll try and keep my stuff in place if we need it.
Yep. Keep a eye on where the ley lines are supposed to be. It's very hard to try and follow invisible things.
Usually, I suppose. Oh, I'm down for it. Just make sure you get one of those priority seats reserved for me.
Well, you're gonna have the pick of the place, by the seams of things. Since we're not ferrying a bunch of rich people this time.
All right, lead the way, Captain.
Oh no, the power will go to my head.
Oh boy. So, are you asking anyone else to come along?
He's the only other person I know.
I mean, at this point,
Apart from professors.
At this point, all of you have met classmates. I think.
Yes, we could ask the snooty guy to come along.
Which snooty guy?
The one that I went up with,
Oh,
oh,
the goblin.
your vest is good, but, mine is, yes.
Mine's in the shop because I died.
I died!
Yeah, you can get this snooty guy.
I would be surprised if he agreed, considering that he doesn't seem to be a warden.
We'll be... who knows? We'll get very lucky and he will die somehow. I don't know.
Ah, it's all the ploy to get his vest, I see.
It's all the plot to get this vest. So yeah. Do you want to come? We're getting ready to try this ship out, and I know you didn't get a chance to make it last time. But would you like a trip on the second voyage?
The goblin, he looks up at, well, not up, he looks ahead at you, Wildak, and he ponders for a moment. Hey, you want me to come out into the wilds where it's dirty?
Yes. Well, yes. I mean, we'll keep the ship very clean.
Oh, I suppose I could go in just for the, oh, just to see Sack. I don't know that it's that great of a city, but I suppose I could stay in the ship, get down in Sack, and then forget the rest of the voyage. I don't want nothing to do with being in the field as it is.
Well, staying on the ship is a good thing, in case something happens.
Well, alright then, I'll tag along. Might as well learn a thing or two
Alright.
while in the field.
Excellent. We're leaving at insert time and place.
I'll be there, don't worry. Anyone else you're calling?
If there's fighting, it could be useful to call one of my classmates.
There you go.
But which one?
Well, you know that we're planning on taking on the Sonic Elk on the way back, so...
The dog guy, okay.
Alright, so you're asking Olawong to follow you along then.
Yes, to improve your combat skills as a warden, plus to get recognition as a warden for hiding such thing. So it's good.
Well, I'm very glad that you're asking me. I mean, it's quite hard to find the time and the place to go out slaying titans when you don't have a group.
Oh, here you
You
go.
need a portfolio, but you don't have a job to get portfolio work in, and What?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, Vice. I'll treasure this voyage. And he also joins the crew for now. Is that everyone that you're bringing along?
Me, yes.
I think.
Unless you want to bring the goblin. The other
Goblin Girl?
Goblin elf.
She knew stuff, so I mean,
Who?
Oh no. She knows things.
the gremlin.
Lex's classmate.
Lex's classmate, she was a human, first and foremost.
Ah.
She's
Right, but you said she was pure gremlin mode.
No, that's Nick Knack's other classmate.
Ah!
Alright.
A half elf that studies at the workshop. You never even got to properly meet her.
That's right.
Though this could be one opportunity to do just such.
There you go, Lex.
Lex not
You could bring them along.
Nick Knack, you mean?
Yeah, Lex doesn't know the gremlin woman. I thought the other one knew things. I don't know. Now I have to talk to people.
But do you want to try and bring her along? Or not?
I don't know. That involves people. I could.
Well, I'll make matters easier for you and I'll just roll for it. She
Un-
is gremlin mode. It's the weekend and you try to find her and ask her about well, you're not even approaching her to ask her to join you in the voyage, but you're just asking around just to see if, like, initial inquiries like, are you busy perchance, or something like that. And as soon as you find her, you just see that she's in the workshop, naturally, and she's fussing around with a lot of alchemical concoctions. And whenever you show up, she immediately just goes, "What are you doing here? Get out of here! There's fumes everywhere!" Knick-knack,
But
isn't
I'm
it? Do you want to
bloated.
pass out? Do you want your face to melt off? Get out of here! I'm busy.
Okay, the fumes are up there and I'm down here, but sure.
The fumes are everywhere. They might be on the ground, they might be on the air, they might be on your clothes.
Or even under your skin.
What are you doing making heavier than air fumes without good ventilation?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know, little inventor boy? Well, I'm trying really to just figure out a way to get this nonsense to work. You see, it should be simple. And she just kind of pulls over and shows you these rotten piece of meat. It should not rot, and yet it does. How do I refrigerate this? Shouldn't be hard. And yet it is, and she just throws it on the ground and just slops everywhere, spreading its rotten juices onto the floor. And she just goes back to her table and starts scribbling some notes in a very maniacal way. And she's like, no, 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 no. Why doesn't this work? Knick-knack, have you ever been frozen alive before?
I don't recall.
Bah! Good help you are. If we're not gonna help, then please let me chew it. I have research to do.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah.
That was fun.
And she just kind of waves you off. And
Now, are the fumes from the rotting meat or from what she's trying to preserve the meat with? These are the questions.
you think there might be some potential traces of nitrogen and or formaldehyde, all kinds of weird things that should not be handled in the way that is currently being handled.
I'm not sure if formaldehyde should be gaseous, but sure. Anyway.
Anyway, she's not coming along.
That made it easy.
Yep, I was gonna see if I could identify the alchemical concoction, but I'm not sure if there is a alchemical item there to identify. Unless I try and identify what the meat was. But I don't think that counts.
No. She's trying to come up with some potential new chemical mixture. You get the sense. Well, nonetheless, is Lex back in any case? Mellows?
I would say no.
Well, he's not away. You all gather your crew, quote unquote, back into the academy. Get everyone aboard the Wyrm, and Professor Yurgonaut is just absolutely pale, just shuddering to think what will happen now. What with you flying more or less unsupervised. But other than that, he just tries not to worry too much and just kind of waves you off. Goodbye. Please, try not to kill yourselves out in the field. If you do, it'll be very, very, very hard to retrieve your bodies, I'm afraid.
I will keep that in mind when I'm dying.
And Professor McVender Fitzsmith, he just also says, "Oh, and don't forget to write down everything that you'll do and everything that you see and observe. You know, the difference between screwing around and science is to write it down."
Ah, yes.
And they pretty much just leave you to your devices as it is. You have a ship with some cargo space left. You have some three companions flying along with you. And you're going. Where exactly now is the question.
I suggest that we go to Sac first, and then on the way back we stop and deal with the Titan, then come back to Mergen.
All right. So from Sac, just as a reminder, you could also go towards the tower.
It's
Yeah,
true. I mean, if you guys want to do the tower as well, I didn't want to put too much into a first mission.
I thought we were going
This
to
is-
do the tower, actually, not the Titan, but whatever.
Okay.
Good to know what direction we're going, because I was going to fly us in the wrong way. Whee!
So,
So to Sac, then the tower, then back to Mergen.
all right. So,
Yes, of course.
welcome back. What path are you taking to Sac?
Yeah, because if we don't stay on the ley lines, we're going to have to charge more fuel.
Yeah.
I'll
Just
let the
wondering
pilot
if-
decide.
Wondering if that's sort of part of me is wondering if that's a better route.
Yeah, it seems to be a better route. Would be driving less off of the ley line.
Yeah. Was
Well,
flying on the ley line just more fuel efficient, or did it actually like negate the whatever if they were charging?
It halves the fuel consumption. So you're going to be spending 30k per 12 miles you travel. So every hour of travel will be 12 miles, and every hour you'll be consuming 30k. However, if you're on the ley line, you consume only 15.
Got it.
Okay, so how much?
So it may be
What's-
easier for us to just make a straight path to there then, because that's going to be a shorter distance. I mean, it's twice
Well-
the distance.
That is, so it was 30k per how many miles? 12?
Yeah, 12.
Okay, so let's round this up to 60. Here,
And
so
it's
that's going to be
66 from Mergen to Sac.
so that's 5 times 15 plus I guess 30. 5 times 15 plus 30 versus
Times 15.
Yes, because it's half price.
Yeah.
And then going straight will be let's round that up to 90, which is going to be 6 times 30. So we have 105 versus 180. So
Yep.
going this way is better by 75k. Or something.
So then we're going to hit the tower first before we get to Sack.
Alright, so we're actually having to go to Sack. That's part of the math, wasn't it? My brain, my precious math. No. Probably still quicker. Yep. Algebra has failed me. Okay, how much is this?
66.
That's gonna be 4 and a bit times 30.
Well, I
It's
suppose
gonna be
that
120 something.
I suppose that an easier way to calculate everything is just you're going to be spending 2.5k per mile traveled outside of ley lines and half that inside ley lines.
So 2.5 times 66, that is 165, and 57 times 1.25 plus 45 times 2.55, 2.5. So that's 183 versus
180.
165. So it's actually more efficient to fly straight to Sack.
Yep.
But once we're at the tower, it's more efficient to fly
Back that way.
So I guess we're making
Agreed.
a straight flight to Sack then.
Yep. So we need to charge this thing up, or do we get the ship with the air with the gas already?
It's fully charged this week that you've been at the academy. They've been charging it little by little.
Good.
So currently it has a full charge,
How much is the full charge?
300k.
All right.
By the way, if you double click the Wyrm icon, you open up the Wyrm character sheet, all of the details should be there.
Aha!
They're slightly weirdly distributed, but they're there.
Time to read.
What's the Wyrm's fuel capacity is the question.
Yes.
300.
Yep, 300k.
Ah, that's not a bad price to sell it back in the market for.
So how much goes a stolen ship? Just asking for a friend.
Well, this ship is 1,500 and some change, which will probably be halved, about 750. Though trying to get someone to buy a one-of-a-kind thing is a bit difficult.
It's like selling the Mona Lisa. What's the problem?
Well, specifically it's like trying to sell the stolen Mona Lisa.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
So let's look at the ignition and rev the engine and go places.
Alright, so you take off the ship and start making your way towards Sack, as it is.
Yep.
Alright. So, Nick Knack, I'll need you to go ahead and give me a piloting check.
Which will be
Arcana or Crafting, DC 18, or Piloting Lore, DC 16.
Oh,
who lives in a
Hasperon,
pineapple under
help.
the sea.
help! Nick
Well-
Knack, take this ship correctly.
I'm not proficient in lore piloting, so just lore engineering. I know how the thing works, and I sort of know how to fly it. I'm not sure if there's any benefits for the fact that I figured it out before.
No. Unless you have like piloting lore, you're always going to have to make a check whenever you're departing after plotting a route. What really happens if you fail this, though, is that you go off course every now and then. You don't fly in a straight line, but in a zigzag, so you consume more fuel.
Ah,
Failing doesn't mean you're going to crash or explode, unless you critically fail. Then damages shall happen.
No
well, it's a
pressure.
good thing Doug has slowly been giving me more and more hero points as the game continues.
I haven't, as a matter of fact.
Yes, I know. Let's do Arcana, because that and Engineering is the same. Or Craft, or whatever. Screw it, I'll do Craft for fun.
Alright.
Just a straight Craft check.
And remember to add 1 to it because it's going to time out here in 3 seconds.
Oop. Yay.
Alright. That's a failure, Knick-Knack.
Hooray.
Don't you worry, failing only makes it consume a little bit more fuel. So you go from Merging to Sac, which should have been 66 miles, actually becomes... what's an interesting value to increase this voyage by?
666. Oh, yeah.
Uh,
That's not even reasonable.
Why the hell not? Let's make it 10%. So you actually travel 73 miles instead of 66. Overall.
Not unreasonable.
So on those 73 miles instead of the initial 66, consumes a wee bit more cosmium from the ship. So whereas previously you had 300, now you only have 118. However, for these 73 miles of travel, that's going to be 6 hours. So the group, should they wish to, have 6 opportunities to try and recharge the ship as it's flying. If you have the spell
Alright.
slots to spend on it.
I do have spell slots to spend on it.
Alright.
So I'm going to try to do the Cosmium, supply Cosmium. Is anyone going to help me?
The Cosbium.
So only people who have spell slots can contribute to this.
I
Correct.
don't think I have any, right?
So I'm busy flying.
I have 1 spell slot.
You do have spell slots as a summoner.
Yeah.
I had
that's
one,
how
but
you
it
cast
was like
spells.
special
But-
stuff.
Couldn't learn it though? Ah no, it's Knick-Knack. Never mind.
Knick-Knack could not learn it. no.
You're all small!
You're all small.
Stop high chiming. Then I can help, I guess.
Alright. And Murng, the goblin, is also going to assist you in the thing.
All right.
He's a magical boy.
Yeah, they share theological classes together. He's another
right.
cleric of some sort. Or someone with divine inclinations, at least. He might be a
All right.
paladin.
So all the secondaries have to go first, right? And then I go.
Yes, so all the secondaries being Lex and Vice.
Wise.
Needs to give me an Arcana, Nature, Occultism, Religion, or Crafting check.
There's no circumstation bonus, right?
No.
All right, let's
Here
go.
we go.
Ooh,
19. That's a good.
Nice.
Random bullshit. 15.
15.
The bigger the crazy looking number, the better the roll, generally.
Mernk is going to give a try that as well.
Oh, that's a good roll.
19. He makes it. So
Yeah.
they do succeed, which means, well, nobody critically succeeds. So your check is just made normally, regularly, without any pluses or minuses.
Okay, you don't have that one automated.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, you don't have that one automated. I just clicked on it.
I don't even know if you can automate rituals.
Yeah. All right, so I need religion then, because that's my good one.
Mm-hmm.
11.
11.
Not, I'm going to use a hero point.
Of course, there you go.
Hero point?
Actually, this is a skill check, so I suppose you could use your halfling luck.
I use my my hero point.
Okay.
$16.
16, neat. Now I just have to figure out what the absolute hell is the DC for this. This ritual.
1 billion.
I hope not.
Apparently it is actually 16, the DC.
Yay!
It's a first level ritual, plus, well, double the level would be a second level, for which the DC is 2, because it's a ritual, it's uncommon, so add a +2 to the DC, makes it 16, which makes you a successful caster.
Hot dog.
So everyone who contributed to the ritual is spending a first level spell slot.
Yep.
Sure.
And your
Goodbye,
levels.
level slot.
And Wildak, you're contributing the spell slot you have, which is a second level spell slot, plus
That was
twice.
the first level spell one.
Yeah, plus twice your level.
Right.
So total, you all charge the ship in 5 plus 8 is 13.
Yeah.
5 plus 8 is 13.
You all charge the ship in 13k.
Nice.
Which isn't too much, but it's a difference. Except that now both Lex and Vice are completely stumped out of spell slots.
Level 1, baby.
Thoughts and prayers. Finally doing something.
So at this point, the only person who would be able to help you keep trying to further recharge the ship would be Mernk,
Yep.
by spending your remainder spell slots if you want to try and do that.
I'm going to say that we will hold off because, we don't know what we're going to find along the way.
All right.
So we'll use a little energy.
Okay.
We are also explicitly planning on fighting things today.
Right.
To a degree, yeah, you were. So, all of you make your way to Sac. Several hours later, it's you departed at like 8, and now it's almost 2 in the afternoon. You have arrived in the city of Sac. Everyone's just completely appalled that there's a flying ship coming by. Everyone is just stopped to watch from afar, and everyone's just pointing and clamoring like, "Oh my God, what's that?" But
It's a bird. It's a plane.
it's a ship.
And
However,
it's coming straight for us. Ah!
the sails do have the colors of both Sofak and the emblem of the academy, so they know that it's coming from the capital. They know it's not something weird. There's no. This is no like some divine.
We're not
retribution.
raiders.
Yeah, it's not some divine retribution or some weird shit that's going on. It's
The
some.
world is ending. You deserve it.
You deserve it.
Screams Lex from the top of the ship. No,
Sorry.
Laughing maniacally.
they are chill because they recognize the colors, the emblems, and everything, but they don't really recognize that ships can fly nowadays. So they're all just waiting and pointing, and eventually the ship gets close enough to a particularly handy-dandy spot that it can land, and it does land. As soon as the ship lands, the other guys, Grang, Gak, and Olo Wong, they help get the the gangplank out of the ship. That's so you guys can descend from the ship, and the gangplank has to be extra lengthy because the entirety of the ship is above ground instead of when it's at water that a big portion of it is underwater.
Yep.
So they put a very long gangplank. They just throw some rope ladders off the side of the ship for those who need to quickly descend as well. And they start descending some support pillars that they are bringing along with the ship, planting those into the ground, that so the ship doesn't tumble to one side or the other.
Oh,
Right.
thank God. I was trying to figure out how to balance this thing.
And you see that the workshop people have worked out some of the nonsense they need to get a flying ship to land anywhere. Unfortunately, there's no rivers next to Sak, so there's no more suitable place for you to land. Big cities with rivers or ports, you can just land in the water, easy enough, but in the terrain like this, they need these extra support things. And thankfully, the terrain is flat enough that you can land there handy dandy.
All right, then let's unload all of this stuff.
And easy enough, you unload all of the cargo with the help of your companions.
Mm-hmm.
You located some merchants in town, and they seem to already have gotten word at some point, like they were expecting some shipments from Mr. Sternhell, and all of the cargo is unloaded. They kind of pay you for your services on top of everything else. Apparently, the lengthy negotiations have happened in the background, and all the money that you get is the delivery fees, pretty much.
All right.
The fee calculated as the crow flies or as per the road goes?
As we fly.
On a straight line.
Okay, well. We saved money then by not going the long way.
No, I mean, what you're going to get paid is the distance on a straight line between the departing city and the end city where you sell.
Yes, I know. But if we traveled like plebeians,
oh yeah, along the road
we
you
would have sucked.
Yeah. So you just
Not city.
This is why I asked, because if they calculated it based on the roads traveled, and they don't know airships are a thing, they'll just negotiate like normal, right?
yeah. So
We could have lied to those people and get a lot of money out of them. Damn it.
Then again, I suppose whenever things are normalized, airship freight will cost more than ground freight.
So the group as a whole gets 1,700 116 copper pieces, and just to make matters simple, I'll add this to the ship's inventory.
All right.
Thank you.
Why did they pay us in copper? Those
I don't
monsters.
know. At least it's not Electrum or something.
I don't think Electrum exists in this game.
It doesn't. But yeah, you're pretty much handing like each crate, each 5 bulk is like one crate that you kind of hand off to someone. You're not handing all the cargo to one specific person. You're handing it around town, and the money gets kind of spread around and differently and weirdly.
There must be a cash exchange somewhere.
Sure.
Town, you say?
The bank.
How many towns to do with it?
This is the first town that you're visiting outside of Merging, which doesn't count for the
Nice.
specific
Actually, I
purpose.
suppose there would be a bank proper in the city. I'm not sure if random towns have banks.
Oh, I thought you meant like for your assignment of visiting different cities.
They exist in different cities. What?
No, you got a class assignment to visit different cities. Lex did.
It was me, yes. Why I'm asking.
Okay.
Here in Sac, after everyone's a little bit kind of befuddled by flying ships, and some people talk about this and that, they start inquiring, and the workshop people, Grangak, and to some degree, I imagine Knickknack, try to explain to the people some ins and outs of airship, and mostly people are just like, oh yeah, I see, I understand. And eventually, whenever you say that the whole of the ship is made of wordwood, some people immediately seem to remember, yes, there was a guy that lived in this town that constantly ordered that kind of stuff.
I bet he enchanted it.
I look around for a burning crater.
As a matter of fact, there is a building that's been burned down.
Interesting.
Oh, he hasn't been around in quite a while now.
Not since the incident.
Since the incident. Oh, it was a crazy day. It was a crazy few days, those ones. Suddenly, some people came into town. Suddenly, his whole house and workshop burned. And then some days later, there was some dark clouds over town, some thunder strikes, and the sky was all red, and there were demons inside one of the manors.
That's a interesting set of coincidences.
Yeah, that's not normal, I think.
Oh yeah, but the people who came by, they apparently dealt with it. Apparently there was a whole nonsense going on with dark dealings and some wizard's inheritance, some nonsense I don't even remember, but boy, were those some exciting times for us here. Don't get to see a lot of action here in SAC, but that month, oh boy.
Interesting.
But that's about it. Other than that, there's not much interesting conversations or things going on. They just go about their way, leave it at that, and that's about it. Sac is a very small city. They don't have much going on, and at best, if you really want to, you can spend some extra time here trying to find more cargo to freight around. Since you're here already, that is.
Well, I mean, we could get some extra money as we go back. Classes don't pay for themselves.
They don't?
No, I'll go out and I'll talk with some people. I'm good with people. I'm a people person.
How much could a banana cost? 1 platinum?
Give me a diplomacy check then, Wildak. Those things that you're freighting around towns, they're
Yeah.
specialty things. They're things that people can't really find regularly. It's like vases or weapons that are crafted and not something common like bread.
Right. But maybe it's like a specialty thing, a specialty fruit, and traveling a long ways and for a long time, it would be damaged by the time that it would get back to Merkin.
I'm here to collect your taxes.
I'm here to collect your taxes. Yeah, I started off with that, but then no. I'm looking to see whether or not you've got items of time sensitivity that you would like to have traveled back to Merkin.
Someone does come around with like a this person has been making like very intricate small paintings and little charms. It's just like crates and crates and crates of little religious charms of all the religions, pretty much all, well, except for Eagle Beth. But they're like, well, there's these here things travelers used to come by very frequently, and also during that one very turbulent month, we were praying for every god there is, but well, now we have an excess of these, so they could sell them around. I'm sure someone would pay something for these.
All right, we will take them.
So roll me a D10.
D10 it is.
Yep.
It's 5.
All right, you get 5 boxes of
Christ.
rare specialties. 25 bulk. 4 persons worth of weight in little religious trinkets. Which I've
You
put in.
ripped those people off, man.
I didn't rip them off. I'm giving them a good deal.
Mhm.
Are we buying the stuff from them to sell on our own, or are we
Well, that's a good question.
deliver it? I feel like this is either going to be very expensive for us, or we're going to have to come back here.
The whole delivery thing, just to simplify it, there is an agreement somewhere and all of these extra transactions get done in the background, but in essence, you just take things from place A to place B and you get paid for the delivery.
All right.
It does depend on you making your diplomacy checks to see if there is things to be freighted and how well you roll on your D10 to see how many things you get, how many pieces of cargo you actually get to ship around.
Okay, so they communicate via email, but they haven't invented airplanes yet. Got it.
Yes.
Sure, why not? Magic is
I
weird.
mean, yeah. Probably a separate fee.
Well, nonetheless, after a lot of negotiation and hanging out with the people of Sak, I suppose that you're done here. And what are you going to do next?
We're heading to the tower.
Yep.
Piloting the ship there, I imagine.
Yep.
As far as I know.
Okay. So from Sak to the tower, it'll be 30 miles.
Gonna do some dual track drifting.
So all of you get back on top of the ship, say your farewells to the city of Sak. Knick-knack, you turn on the arcane alternator that so the ship kind of floats on its own enough that so now people can take away the landing gear, quote-unquote, without the ship toppling over, and then they bring it back up the gangplank and bring in the gangplank. So nothing else is left outside of the ship, and then you can finally depart. And you can go ahead and give me your piloting check once again, your crafting.
Pasperon, please help Nignac guide our ship to the tower without causing us to run into the tower.
Oh, wouldn't that be great?
And that's all the fun.
That's how praying works, right? You just ask for things and you get them. No return.
Yep.
We do it because we're faithful.
And we
I'm
won't preach
hashtag
that.
blessed.
Hashtag blessed.
Oh, there you go. You make it. Yeah, you fly those 30 miles. No deviations in the path, no problems whatsoever. And you consume the 75k required to... 75, is that correct? Yeah, I think it is. To get...
It's expensive to fly compared to how
Yes.
much we can recharge.
Yeah. Which is why flying on the ley lines is usually the best idea.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are ways
Me-
to upgrade the ship in the future.
Probably. We need to invent them first.
Pretty much.
Shush!
Unfortunately, it's not like Starfinder where we can buy more efficient parts. No, we have to invent them.
That's fine, you're a smart boy, you can figure it out.
But fair enough.
I failed my previous inventing check. So,
You're a smart boy, you can figure it out.
it was a level 2 check.
Smart.
Oh,
A couple of hours later, you are arriving at the tower. Yeah, a couple of hours later, you're arriving at the tower as the sun is starting to want to set in the horizon. You lower the ship once again, doing the whole landing gear procedure close to the tower. And as you're doing this whole preparation for the ship to land and stay in place, you see coming out of the woods your friend, Talon.
Ah, okay. Wave to him.
Good thing for coming out.
Oh, you.
Sorry.
He comes out of the woods. Even though the tower is kind of sort of in the woods themselves, it's on the less dense area of the woods, and he comes out of the denser areas of the woods to hail you all. And looking at the whole crew, sees that some of the people that are along with you are different from the previous time, but otherwise he just nods, bows very deeply to you, all of you. You have
Yeah,
returned.
we said we would return. We wanted to see more of this tower that you spoke of.
and not have a bunch of stuffy people waiting for us.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really glad that you decided to uphold your end of the promise and return here. I'm really happy to see that you are all safe. But please come along. You can rest in my tower.
All right. We disembark from the ship and follow him.
Beep beep.
Yep.
The rest of the guys, Grangak, Mernk, and Olo Wong, they're not having it. They're staying at the ship.
Sure.
Namely, there are things that they need to do to the ship, make sure that it's working properly and everything, and this and that. But otherwise, they don't go along with you. And the four of you
Yep.
go into the tower by yourselves.
Pull up the gangplank. Don't let anyone else drive.
Grangak pulls up the rope ladder from the side of the ship, and he just kind of crosses his arms and stays on the gangplank. Oh, don't you worry. If they come up, we'll just roll down some spiky balls down this gangplank, make a strike, perhaps.
There we go.
Everything is prepared with you.
Well, being prepared is being forearmed and being ready to take up on anything.
I don't think you meant to be forearmed literally, but sure. Then again,
Yeah, that's right. I suppose that being prepared is being one-armed. Nonetheless, eventually you make it into the tower, and once inside, you see a very familiar sight to a degree. Kind of like the tower in near to Merging, where you initially went with Professor Stratatu. There's a large pyre in the center of the room, except that this pyre is burning, but the fire does not emanate heat. It seems to be magical in some way, shape, or form.
Huh.
There's a staircase that goes up, following the walls of the tower, going upwards in a spiral up into a room on the top floor. Except that this room, you can easily see the floor has eroded, and there's just a big hole. And you can see also that there's a hole on the ceiling, and pretty much the tower is hardly habitable. It is
All right.
shelter, but it's damaged, so to speak.
Okay.
Obviously.
So Talon, what do you do to maintain the fire?
Well, the fire, as it is, sometimes it goes out. Magical as it is, it seems to still obey some laws of nature. Sometimes when it rains, it goes out. Sometimes when the wind is too strong, it goes out as well. And all that I do is, well, start the fire anew with regular means.
All right. Does the fire seem to do something like keep evil at bay?
Well, I don't know what exactly it does. There was a man that came from this tower into the woods. The druid I mentioned. The one that exploded. Well, as he exploded, and I started to understand things around me, I did hear his spirit just saying, "Keep the flame alight." And all I have taken that to heart.
Okay.
It serves as a beacon to travelers. They know they are in the woods once they get to this, and I do my best to steer them away from the woods. That's so the creatures within don't injure anyone.
I can see that because certainly there are creatures that are there, and if any more are like the one that we fought last time we were here.
But much like I said, while I'm happy to have people around, I'm also concerned and would like to ask for help. Underneath this tower there's a passage, and I'm far too big to fit in that passage. And I hear noises coming from within. I know there are things lurking beneath. Things that might have been left behind by this druid. And I don't know what those things are.
You're in luck, we're small.
you mentioned something about stuff above as well, I think?
Well,
Above, so fun.
above there's only the destroyed room. There's not much left there.
right. Are there paintings along the wall, Jug?
No, there are no paintings along the wall.
All right, just checking.
I see that in this campaign we'll hide all the paintings.
All
Are
the
there,
paintings must
are there
die.
slippery stairs in this tower?
So starts the painting hatred.
Maybe we should check upstairs to see if anything was left behind
It seems like a
before going down
reasonable.
deep.
Yeah, that is a
Reasonable.
good idea.
Alright. Climbing up through the stairs and opening the kind of ruined door. It's been rotted by being exposed to the elements, this wooden door. The upstairs, as you can see, is just a hazard waiting to happen. There's just a leftover, also rotted bed, an armoire with most of its contents apparently not there anymore, and you see that there's a huge hole in the floor. And you can see the underneath from there. You can see the pyre and talon underneath you as you look at this hole.
Yep.
Other things of note in this room. There doesn't seem to be anything other than I would say you would see a staff and some plants that have kind of sort of overgrown its pot that somehow managed to not fall inside the hole.
I point out the staff across the room and I say, it would be almost a suicide mission to go and get that thing. I don't know if it's magical or not, but the floor looks very decrepit, and it is doubtful that anyone has walked on it in a while.
Well, I'm definitely not going. I'm the heaviest.
I could
Are there
try to
handholds
fly over
and-
there, maybe? I don't know.
Is it a good way to clamber along the side of walls and other such nonsense?
No, there's no way to go around whatsoever.
Drat.
How about flying? Skip
N-
the floor.
none of you can fly. You can
I do,
glide
I can
downwards.
glide. Yes.
Yeah, but not you can't glide forwards. You glide downwards.
Fine.
I'd try rocket jumping, since I can go 30 feet with that, but I will explode the decrepit floor, and that's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, definitely not a good idea. Indeed.
We could tie a rope around Lex, and if he falls, then he could glide down to the floor.
Or you
Yeah.
can pick him up and jump down, and like in Legend of Zelda, he'll be like chicken. Anyway,
I'm really okay with the rope thing, but sure.
I mean, that would imply that we need to chuck him.
That sounds fun.
I mean, I want to test the decrepit floor against my weight while I'm not carrying a bag full of shit.
The floor is sort of as expected.
how far away is the staff?
It's some 20, 30 feet away. There's the hole is 20 feet wide.
So
So
yeah, interesting.
I have 50 feet of rope. If we could get it anchored into one of the other walls, then, somebody could walk across with it.
Do we have a javelin, perhaps?
I have my spear, but I don't want to throw it.
I have a throwing knife, but I'm not sure if it sticks in the wall.
I don't think throwing knife plus rope works.
Yeah, they kind of need to, spin or something.
I have a sling. Maybe that can help, I don't know.
that shoots
don't
tiny
think that
rocks.
works.
Shooting ropes.
big rocks.
Yes, yes.
Well,
Well,
well.
So who weighs the less?
Don't look at
Um,
me.
I think I'm
Knick-knack.
light. I don't know.
I'm 40 pounds.
I picked some ungodly lightweight because kobold.
I do not
Um,
have it written down on my character sheet, but I know I weigh the most.
Even if I fall, I should take way less fall damage since I can glide. So maybe that's not the best. No, not the worst idea if I go.
Make a dive for it and glide down.
Yeah.
Do you
Armor?
know a country prestidigitation?
so what you guys are able to, the idea that you guys are able to come up with this in mind is to pretty much make a makeshift pillar against the wall. Wildak and Knick-knack on top of one another, and then Wise on the other side can make like a stepping ladder that so Lex can get on top of you guys, and from this extra height, jump and glide forwards.
Yes,
All
basically.
right.
Alright, human and kobold in a trench coat. Here we go.
Kinda, sorta, pretty much, yeah.
Human, kobold, and a gargoyle. Welcome to a bar.
Are there post spells in chat?
So,
It was a shame that the bar was so low.
I tried to reach a bar that was hanging vertically out of a pot.
so all of you make a support extra height for Lex, who then jumps upwards and forwards and spreads his arms, his wings, and starts gliding forwards. And you see as Lex,
Like a chicken.
yeah, like a chicken, as Lex gracefully just starts going forwards, but also downwards, but mostly forwards, until he reaches the other side, safely and unscathed.
That was easy.
That's good.
When you get there on the other side, apparently, Lex, you are next to the staff that everyone was going on about.
Now I'm getting second thoughts. Maybe I shouldn't touch this thing. I might get electrified or something.
Do it!
Let me think. Maybe use a shield spell first. Should help, just in case.
I would just wrap it up in something. Grab, extra clothes or something and just wrap
Oh
around
yeah,
it.
yeah, that's a good idea. Wait, I have
Well, the bed is next to you, so you just get the bed sheets and wrap
yeah,
it.
perfect. Yes.
I mean, the part of the bed sheets that are not rotted and decaying. But yeah, you get it. You safely wrap the staff and stash it in your possessions. Now to get back, you can simply just jump into the hole and glide down towards the staircase, the circular staircase on the other side.
I'll do that.
What did you say?
I think I will do that, yes.
Alright.
Going down to the staircase.
So the rest of you just see Lex gracefully gliding towards the staff, getting it, stashing it, and then just jumping down into the hole and gliding downwards towards the stairs. That's all of you can safely make your way back downstairs to rejoin
You
with
did that
Talon.
well. Yeah.
That was surprisingly easy.
It was. Perhaps somebody can see if this is a magical staff.
I think we have one with magic detect or
Well,
so.
I can. Well, I can try, but I will be able to know much because that's how detect magic works.
Right. But we'll know
But I
then.
can tell if it's magical or not. So, huzzah!
Yeah, let's do that.
Oh, it's magical, yes. Or rather,
It is magical.
Oh,
there is
Or
magic
there is
around.
magic. Yeah, there's magic around. Take it as you want.
So Vice,
thanks.
just to make super duper triple sure, you take it into the middle of the fields, away from everyone, cast detect magic, and you know there is magic there, and you are certain the only thing that there is deep into the fields is just you and this staff.
Time to run. My stick. But yes, I come back and say it is magical.
All right. We'll figure out what it does later, I suppose.
Yeah.
You guys can spend 10 minutes to try and identify magic by rolling a check.
Sure. We
I
could
can
do
also
that.
do it. Hooray.
We can do that while. Oh my god, I forgot the name of my own teammates. While Lex resting his wings, yes.
But it's not a wing resting thing, right?
No, there's
I'm
not.
just saying this by the way.
It's just
Shush.
flavor is free, man.
He doesn't want to have me flavor.
You say that
it's
until
all
McDonald's makes you buy the flavor packets.
So if you're taking some time to try and identify the staff, I'll need you to make a secret recall knowledge check. That'll be Arcana, Nature, Occultism, or Religion. Your choice. To identify a magical object.
Blind? Yes. Blind, Jim.
Yeah, blind.
I'm allowed to do this check with crafting.
You are, yes.
Mahaha. Boop.
And there goes Wildak.
Class
Yeah.
features.
So, as all of you ponder and wonder and take some time looking over this staff, trying to figure out what in the absolute heck it is, Nick, Knack, and Vice, the two of you are stumped. It seems like a staff, indeed, that is magical, and with the context that you have, being a druid thing, you get the sense that this staff would allow you to cast some kind of druidic spell. You're not entirely sure which one, but that's the best you get. Now, Wildak and Lexington have diverging ideas of what kind of spell these would cast. Lexington, you think that this spell casts some manner of polymorph spell. You think that if you were to point this staff at someone and use it, you would turn this other person into a smaller, more inoffensive creature. It's a staff of baleful polymorph.
Oh, I see.
However, Wildak, you think that this is a staff that if you were to point at something or someone and utter the words that it has, it would actually cause that thing to burst into flames.
Ooh, that's
Those
like
are-
two vastly different things.
Yep.
Can we just
It's
shoot
almost
at
as
the wall with
if
it?
one
We
of
don't
us
need to-
critically failed, and we don't know
Yes.
who.
Is there something preventing us from just aiming at the wall and seeing what happens?
Charges.
Yeah, could be a problem.
Yeah, pretty much charges, but also the fact that the baleful polymorph, you know that it needs to target someone or a creature. You can't just aim it at a wall. So you will need a test subject.
But if it's a fireball, then we can use it at a wall, so we know it's not a polymorph. If it's not target required, right?
Are you trying to use it?
Just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I
Just
think we should
saying,
hold
the
off
worst
on this.
possible circumstance is we turn the entire tower into a chicken.
Yes.
Chicken. Right. Then we just keep it, and maybe somebody knows what to do. That's the thing back at home.
We can always try more information when we get back.
Yep.
But you can carry it if you wish, and that way, if something comes at you, you can either chicken it or fire it.
Fried chicken, you say? All right.
Yeah, I am saying.
Another point of notice about staffs is that usually you need to have the spell that it's going to cast in your spell repertoire before you are able to cast it.
Ah. Well, I am not a druid.
Me neither.
I'm a druid.
No.
Gasp.
Well, you don't need to be a druid, but you need to have the spell in your spell list. And you're not entirely sure what the spell is.
Yeah, and I don't have things that deal with polymorph, and I don't have things that deal with fire, I don't think.
Well, I know metagaming wise, I know that Baleful Polymorph is an arcane spell. I think.
Nonetheless,
There we go.
you return to the bottom of the tower, and what else are you doing now that you're there?
I guess we need to go downstairs and look and see what's down there.
All right. So, Talon kind of leads you off through a side where, oh, not through a side, but like in between where the stair leading upwards is. Underneath it, there seems to be a trapdoor on the ground, and you see that it's regular sized for a human. And upon opening the trapdoor, it reveals a staircase going down, also in a circular fashion. And the passage is spacious enough for any one of you, but Talon is twice the size of Wise, so it can't
Got it.
fit.
He thick.
Well, we'll check it out, Talon, and we'll tell you what we find.
Well, I would very much appreciate if you could do that. Also, do be careful. I wouldn't want any of you to be injured. But alas, I can't really tell you what you might find down there.
Well, something, just
Words.
I give up.
Wow.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
Perhaps I should cast some light on things. I know that you all don't see well in the dark.
Alright, yes, good idea. I do have light cantrip as
Do
well.
that. Do that.
Alright.
The-
So,
Let there be light.
Vice, you cast light, and finally your human eyes can see in the dark. I think everyone else has dark vision, or low light vision at least.
I do.
Low
Not the
light
halfling.
vision.
Alright, so all of you
Yes,
now,
I do.
Halflings have low light vision? Good god.
now everyone can see
I
in the dork.
Door.
Ah, that's it. Fortune favors the bold. That was the expression I wanted.
Alright, so you all go down and start exploring this the underground of the tower as it is. So, what really meets you immediately after you come at the bottom of the stairs is a set of doors, double doors, that are closed at the end of this corridor. After going down a somewhat lengthy series of stairs, you imagine you have gone at least some 60 feet underground.
Oh wow.
We
We didn't
better
ask
be ready to
Talon
retreat. We have. Go ahead.
we didn't ask Talon if he knows what the staff is doing. Damn, we forgot, I think.
He barely knows it exists.
Okay,
Yes.
fine.
Also, I was going to say we, just in case, need to be ready to retreat because we have no idea what waits down.
True.
Alright. So I'll need you all to tell me the party formation. Who's going in front and who's going in the back?
I think we're doing the pets in the front thing again, right?
The what in the front?
The pets.
Pets. I
Uh,
don't know. The
Ah.
next.
I'm not a pet, but
Yes, you are.
Pets your head. Now you are.
I'm abandoning this party. They have no respect for tall people.
It's fine. We'll just take Mr. Doggo. He enjoys the pets.
Yes.
Alright, so the companions, the minions are in the front. The Robit and the Eidolon are in the front. Then coming right behind them is
Wise.
alright.
Dabby McGee.
So
Yes, sure.
Wise is in front and who's in the back?
Me.
And Lex is
There we
in the
go.
back. Okay. So you all find yourselves in front of a door. Vise, you are the first one to arrive to it. I mean, the first one that actually has some agency to do something about this door.
Look at the door. The most important question is a trap.
Gaze upon it.
This door is pretty regular. There's nothing really weird going on with it. It just seems like a wooden door. And that's it.
Well,
Unfortunately, I did not take trap lore.
No door lore. Damn it.
you ready to go in, boys?
I'm ready.
Alright.
Cool.
So, Vice, I take it you open the door.
Yep.
Alright.
Oh no.
You open the door.
We're in a cube of darkness.
It is a lot of darkness. If only there was light.
It shouldn't be.
There is.
And if dynamic lighting was working.
That's another question.
Ah, this is why it's not working. It's because there was wall mixed in with the doors. You see,
Oh no.
I see a common problem here.
you see a room. Let me describe this room before you go any further. Looking into this room, you see two doors. One on the end of this long corridor-esque, this hall. And to your right, you see another door that also seems to go somewhere. And further ahead, in the center-ish of the room, whereabouts of here, you see a table. And on top of this table, you see a pile of gold pieces.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
But I want it.
But I like
Then go
traps.
ahead and touch it. We'll wait behind.
And you're a robot. Let's see what happens.
He has no hands, and I am too short.
Useless.
Excuse you.
Sorry.
So, with this information in hand, what are you guys doing?
It's just a table.
With
Poke
It
it
is a
with a
table.
magical stick.
coins on top
But
of said table.
usually there's a trap when somebody puts out things like that. No one leaves gold coins lying on a table. Let me tell you, from a tax collector's view.
I mean,
Yep.
they. Oh, God. Everything's gone dark.
It did.
Oh, shucks.
Help. You deleted the room. I mean, they do if they walk off into a forest and explode. I think. Maybe.
But why would the druid leave gold coins down here?
Because he has no use for money. I don't know.
Why did he leave the staff up there? Who knows?
True.
I
Why
do
did
not
he
understand.
explode? Who knows?
Who knows?
Hmm.
That's a secret for later.
It is. Have you noticed that the doors keep opening and closing here?
I think someone is touching the door and it's... Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's a door mimic.
I
Well,
didn't have fears before, but now I have one fear.
I can send in my Eidolon, and if something happens, I can call him back. If unless he triggers like a fight or something.
Just remember, if your Eidolon suffers damage, you suffer that damage as well.
Sure, but I can shield him, and if he's the only person in there, I can summon him back in 2 actions. I think so. Right?
Something to
Yes.
that effect, yeah.
yeah, I think the idea is to try to safely trigger a trap and then untrigger the Eidolon,
Yes.
so we can attack the trap now that it has been sprung.
Also, I can shield him and, be more careful about it. Maybe I get a prey or something for my big boy, and then we'll see what happens. How much explodes when he walks in.
Well,
I don't really have a protection for exploding.
You don't know it's gonna
Yeah.
explode, but okay. Yes.
well, I don't think... I think guidance only applies to skill checks, so...
Yep.
Um,
Or attacks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't help saves, which is probably what would be triggered if he activates a trap. Then again, I heard some strange tales about traps that use attack rolls.
For real?
Yep.
Huh. Well, you can always heal me, so it should be fine.
Unfortunately, I'm frozen in time, so
So,
no doors are being opened today.
sorry, what are you guys doing exactly, precisely?
We're going to send the Eidolon in, and he's going to get the gold off the table.
Basically.
Okay.
I'll just cast Protect Champion first, and then he can waltz in.
Does nobody wants to investigate anything first?
That could be an option.
I was contemplating that.
I can do that
um,
before, yes.
Percept something, mayhaps.
Well, if you want to investigate something, tell me what you're investigating and give me a secret perception check.
So we have a table with gold and 2 doors. Nothing else.
Do I see anything lurking about the room, pretending to be invisible or hidden?
Well,
That's my skill that I want to do.
ping a region in the room and give me a secret perception check.
What?
And
How
I'll
do
tell
we
you.
ping again?
Just click and hold.
And remember that I have keen eyes.
Sure. Does keen eyes adds a plus something?
Plus two circumstance bonus when using the seek action to find hidden or undetected creatures within 30 feet of me.
All right. There's nothing of the sort there.
Got it.
I wish to investigate the table for weirdness.
All right, roll me a secret perception check on the table.
Let's go, table. Woo. Sexy +3.
Nice.
All right, as best as you can tell, there's nothing weird or suspicious going on with that table.
Okay, and
It
I'm
appears
looking
to
for
be-
booby traps on the way to the table then.
Okay, give me a secret perception check then.
It appears to be a perfectly normal table.
Lex is looking for boobies.
Always.
And traps.
Big booba.
Give me your delicious secret perception check as well, then, Vise, if you're looking for things.
He didn't say anything. He was mentioning that
I will!
you can. But I think he was mentioning that Lex was looking for something in particular.
That's
This one.
that's why did I see it? I shouldn't have seen it. Whoops, I made private roll, not blind. I'm stupid.
Yeah,
That's why it's a different color.
should have been blind, but that's okay. You look at the... at the table, and you see nothing trap-wise going on there.
Suspicious.
As best as you can tell, it's just a table. Suspicious table, but a table nonetheless. By observing it, all that you can really see, Vice, is that there does seems to be some manner of mechanism there. There does seems to be some kind of like trapdoor-esque mechanism, and beneath the table you see a drain large enough that so coins could fall into, but you don't see what would trigger said mechanism, if anything at all. Maybe it's just coincidental placement.
I will tell people about what I observed.
Well, my Eidolon has actual flying, so even if it's a trapdoor, he should be able to land. And if he knows
I mean,
beforehand,
we could just tie a rope around your waist if you want to think
an
about
option
that.
too, I guess.
Or we could just flip the table sideways so that the coins fall on the floor.
That is the best option, yes.
Yeah, okay, I could do that, yes.
How are you going to do that?
With my pet. Are we okay? I'm gonna send him in, if it's fine.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, one table flip and coming right up. Let me just cast Champion Protection, and there he goes.
Okay,
Omelette
so
slipper.
so Broadway is just walking to the table and pushing it over.
I
Yeah.
think he's flipping it sideways so it like knocks stuff onto the floor next to it.
Okay, fair enough. So Broadway puts on his best bully impersonation to just go and push the table like the nerd that it is. However,
move.
as Broadway gets around... now the door is open, now you should be able to move. As Broadway gets around there... Next...
Oh, wait a minute. He disappeared.
God damn
Yep.
you.
I
Module
can
with
see
your
him.
walls. Ugh. Ugh.
Ah, there we go.
The module keeps adding back walls into rooms. As he gets there-ish, about to get to the table, all of you just see and clearly hear that Broadway seems to step on a pressure plate. And once he steps into the pressure plate around here, then the trapdoor on the table just opens, just flips open, and all of the coins just fall down into the drain.
Why would you do this?
They just
Ah,
clatter around, and one by one, little by little, they just start falling inside the drain. And I suppose Broadway can make a reflex saving throw to see if he can catch any coins before they all go down the drain.
yes, just reflex, right? Yes.
Yeah, reflex saving throw. Why not?
Let's go.
19.
19, alright, that's a
Money.
success. He managed to get some coins. Roll me a D8. That's how many gold coins he gets. 4. He saves 4 gold coins from falling into the depths of this drain, never to be seen again.
This is weird. Why would someone go to this trouble?
He's a ghost, right? Can't he, like, phase through the...
He's not a
Drain?
ghost.
Nope. Manifestation of some sort, not a ghost.
Can you manifest him on the other side of the drain?
That's a good question. Probably, but I think I need to be closer for that.
No.
Myself.
The drain is small. Too small for a medium-sized creature.
Drat.
It's really weird. I mean, are the coins made out of something that's not gold and they're going to like react down there? It seems odd that someone would set this up only for the treasure to fall into a drain.
Nothing else. to
Unless
happen.
you're mocking someone. If that was the case, then
Unless it's fake treasure.
Yeah,
Well,
let's look at the coins. I'm a tax collector. I should know if it's a gold coin or not.
So, Wildak, before you even get that far into looking at these coins, the answer to your conundrum seems to come to you very rapidly. Before Broadway even fully makes his way back to the party, the coins... Well, you're not entirely sure what happened to the coins, but all of you just hear this ringing noise all across the place. Just in this room that you're in, you notice that there are other small little holes and drains in the walls, far too small to fit anything through, but it still seems to carry around sound. And the sound of something metallic clinging against some other metallic thing just spreads everywhere.
Uh-oh.
And you're sure
Oh
that
no.
if there was anything here, it knows something is up.
Ah, crap. That's a warning system, probably.
But is it real gold? This is the question.
Yeah, it's real gold.
Oh,
4 gold pieces. We're rich.
That's one per person.
everybody gets one.
poor Broadway. He's like, I did all the work. I don't get jack shit.
It's not real, so it's okay.
Only the living get to have money. But now that you know that if there are any other defense systems within this dungeon, all of them are active now, I suppose that this is where we will be ending our game today.
All right.
Oh yeah, it is a good time.
Well, it has been
Wow.
4 hours since the game began, and I don't think anyone can endure a 50 hour.
Well, it depends. I think players can endure far more than a DM can.
Very much.
Actually, I have the whole dungeon here plotted out already. And other things too.
More things.
Oh yeah, more things.
Gasp.
Well, things outside this dungeon, but sure, other things. But in any case, seeing as it's been 4 hours of game, some of you need to go to bed. This is about
Lies.
There's no lies. I would say that this is about as good a time for us to end the game, or rather, end the session.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Before we
Sounds
go,
reasonable.
Before we go, however, just because I'm a sussy baka, I guess, everyone gets experience points.
420.
Yes.
So all of you should be getting 100
Ooh.
experience points.
Offer that to level 2.
You're some 500 and change away from level 2, 556 I think.
You.
Yep.
So yeah,
I love the reason on it.
yeah. There is a reason why you're getting these extra experience points.
Uh-huh.
Was it not dying
Well,
to a trap? I don't know.
No, there is a reason. You can read.
This is reason on there. Cobalt's birthday dungeon party.
Oh my god.
Whee.
Whee!
There will be cakes,
Hey,
but
it is
those
Cobalt's
cakes will
birthday.
have knives in it because dungeon.
And experience points over that.
And you're correct, I forgot about this. Traps do give experience. You all get another 8.
Ooh,
Hooray.
Oh, nice.
We're now
I mean, you
548 XP away.
you activated the trap, but still you survived, quote unquote, the trap. So there you go, experience points.
Yep.
You
Correct.
activated my trap card. And I put pot agreed on the field. It allows me to draw 2 more cards.
Really? I've never heard of that before.
Put them down, face down.
Oh no, not exposition, Husky. Well, in any
I
case,
draw this card, which has so much function text that it is illegible.
thank you guys so very much for playing. Thanks for everyone on the streams to showing up and sticking around. And I suppose we'll see you all next Thursday for more Pathfinder. More Wyrm flight.
yeah.
Yay. I
While
crashed a
finding
ship.
the path.
So thank you
Yep,
all.
the
and
path has been found.
See y'all later.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.